Good morning, everyone. Welcome to San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting, April 14th. Time is 9:07. Sorry, we are starting a little late because of technical difficulties. The meeting is called to order. Please join me for a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you so much. Supervisor Canepa, would you lead the pledge, sir? Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Canepa.
Here.
Supervisor Ding,
Here.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chair Dhaliwal.
Here. Next, we have recognitions and presentations. We have 7 of them. Board members, please join me.
Our first proclamation is the proclamation of April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Shauna Jacob, the interim CEO for the Child Abuse Prevention Council, Lauren Dietrich, Division Director, Early Education and Support with the Office of Education, and Tasha Dunham, Child Welfare Division Chief for San Joaquin County Child Services, as we read this proclamation. Whereas every child deserves to grow up in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment that fosters their healthy development. And whereas child abuse and neglect remain critical concerns in our community, impacting children and families and leading to long-term physical, emotional, and psychological harm. And whereas preventing child abuse is a shared responsibility requiring the commitment and active participation of individuals, families, community organizations, and local leaders. And whereas raising awareness and promoting prevention efforts can help strengthen families, provide children with the support they need to thrive, and build a safer, healthier community for future generations. And whereas child abuse prevention activities, including educational programs, community outreach, family strengthening initiatives, and school-based efforts, play a crucial role in protecting children and fostering resilience. And whereas the state of California has designated April as Child Abuse Prevention Month to highlight the importance of protecting children and supporting families. And now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in San Joaquin County, and urges all residents, organizations, schools, and businesses to take action by supporting child abuse prevention activities, promoting awareness, and working together to create a safer community for our children this month and throughout the year. Presented this 14th day of April 2026. Chair Dhaliwal.
Thanks, Rochelle. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your efforts. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, please. So thank you. And hello, Chairman Dhaliwal and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about something that we all have a responsibility to protect, and that's our children. Every child deserves to grow up safe, stable, and in a nurturing environment where they can thrive. Yet here in San Joaquin County, our reality is a little harsher. In 2025, there were 10,470 child abuse and neglect referrals to our Child Protective Services. Out of those, 590 were substantiated cases of abuse. Let's think about that for a second. 590 children were hurt by the hands of their caregiver. That means in our own community, children are being harmed every single week. But these numbers also tell an important story. Just 1 year ago, the San Joaquin County saw about 11,000 Child Protective Services calls, with about 676 substantiated cases. So those numbers are going down. The progress reflects the impact of prevention, early intervention, and community partnerships. But progress is fragile. Without continued investment in prevention, we risk reversing these gains, and more children will pay that price. Child abuse is not just a private issue. It's a public safety issue that impacts families, schools, and the long-term well-being of our entire community. But there's hope. Child abuse is preventable. Prevention begins by strengthening families, increasing awareness, and ensuring that all support systems are in place when a crisis occurs. April is a time to raise awareness, but protecting children must be a priority every day, not just in April. Today, we stand together to reaffirm the commitment to ensure every child in San Joaquin County is safe, supported, and valued. And this work does not happen alone. It happens through partnerships. And right now, I'd like to turn it over to Lauren to share the role that education plays in the prevention.
Child abuse has serious and lasting consequences, not only for the children who experience it, but for families and our entire community. The good news is that child abuse is preventable, and prevention begins by creating safe, stable, and nurturing environments where children can grow and thrive. Here in San Joaquin County, strong partnerships are already in place. Schools, Child Abuse Prevention Council, the Human Services Agency, the County Office of Education, and the Children's Services Coordinating Commission are working together to protect children and strengthen families. Our schools play a critical role, helping students, teachers, and staff recognize the signs of abuse and providing safe spaces where children can seek help. But prevention requires ongoing collaboration system-wide. As we recognize April as Child Abuse Prevention Month, let us remember every child in our community deserves to grow up safe, supported, and loved. Together, we can make San Joaquin County a safer place for every child. And while education is critical, prevention requires a broader system of support. So I'll pass it up to Tasha.
Good morning. Child abuse leaves lasting impacts, not only on children, but on families and our community as a whole. Behind every child, every number is a child who depends on us to notice, to care, and to act. They don't get to choose their circumstances, but we can choose how we respond. And while we are here today, there are children in our community who still need us. But prevention is possible when we work together. Preventing child abuse is a shared responsibility. It requires the commitment of individuals, families, community organizations, and local leaders. We must move beyond simply responding to abuse and focus on strengthening families before challenges become crisis. The Human Services Agency is proud to partner with CAPC and community organizations across San Joaquin County to support families and provide prevention-focused services. We ask for your continued support in utilizing prevention efforts and ensuring these critical services remain accessible. Because when we invest in prevention, we protect not just children, but the future of our entire community. Because the true measure of our community is how well we protect our children. As we recognize April as Child Abuse Prevention Month, let this be more of a proclamation. Let it be a call to action.
And as always, our favorite part. Before we close, we'd like to recognize some of our very special guests that are with us today. If you guys want to come up. These children represent the reason we are here and the thousands of children across San Joaquin County that rely on us to keep them safe. They deserve to grow up in a community where they feel protected, supported, and valued every single day. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming. And I think you guys have some pinwheels to share and a poster that you made, and we would love for you to share that now with us. And I just don't think you could ask for a better photo op than that, okay, you guys? You are welcome, all right? We're gonna hop in there with you and we'll get some pictures.
They want some pinwheels.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for everything you guys do, and we are with you. Thank you. Please join us.
Thank you. And for those of you who are not aware, this is the Child Abuse Prevention Council. We run preschools, and this is our camp preschools. Yay!
Rochelle, next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next is the proclamation of April 19th, 2026 as Earth Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Bruce Gaducci, the Stockton Earth Day Festival Committee, to the podium as I read this proclamation. Whereas Earth Day nationally will mark the 56th annual Earth Day on April 22nd. And whereas Earth Day's theme this year is Our Power, Our Planet, highlighting the importance of transitioning to cleaner energy, such as wind and solar, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lowering overall health costs, and reducing health issues such as respiratory disease, while contributing to better mental health and a higher quality of life. And whereas Earth Day holds immense importance in today's world as it serves as a reminder that protecting the environment is essential for survival. And whereas Earth Day remains a powerful reminder of the need to address pressing challenges like plastic waste, declining biodiversity, and climate change, while also highlighting how collective efforts can drive meaningful long-term change for the planet. And whereas Earth Day will be celebrated in Stockton on April 19th and throughout San Joaquin County during the month of April. Stockton celebration at Victory Park will feature entertainment, food and beverages, and educational exhibits that promote healthy and sustainable environmental practices. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 19th as Earth Day in San Joaquin County and encourages residents to find and participate in Earth Day activities within their local communities and to take meaningful action for this environment. Presented this 14th day of April, 2026. Chair Dhaliwal.
Thanks, Rochelle. Thank you, sir. Good morning, welcome.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to follow up that, it's just me. But actually, it's more than just me. This is our 37th annual event, and this year it's going to be in Victory Park from 11 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon at Victory Park, April 19th. And so it's a free event, free to families. We're going to have over 80 exhibitors and 6 veggie food booths because we're trying to eat lower on the food chain, and that's an environmental statement, and also gets people to think that they don't necessarily have to eat meat more than every day of the week. This year, actually nationally, the theme is Our Planet, Our Power. And really, it's not just, electricity and gas, which is also in the forefront of everybody's mind these days, but it's also our voice. And it's how we influence people in terms of acting more environmentally every day. And so we have to think about where our garbage goes, where our water comes from, what our delta looks like, whether it's a healthy place or not. I think the moon landing or the moon orbiting this last week, I think really underscores the fact that when you look at our planet, this is the only planet we have. And this is the only chance we have to keep our habitat alive. And so just thinking that we have this one little blue marble out in the middle of space, that we really have to protect this. You look at the moon and you say, well, yeah, we can go up to the moon and say, there's no atmosphere up there. And what we have down here is truly precious and truly valuable. And really what we want people to do at coming out at Earth Day is to learn how to steward that resource that we have. And so please come on out. It's a free event. It's a wonderful event. Local music will be there, and it's a great place to bring your kids and to learn about the environment. So thanks.
Thank you, sir. Please join us for the proclamation. Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the proclamation of April 2026 as National Financial Literacy Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Alfredo Cazares Tello, field marketer with Valley Strong, to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas financial literacy is essential to the economic well-being of individuals, families, and communities, empowering people to make informed financial decisions that lead to greater stability and prosperity. And whereas National Financial Literacy Month, observed each April, is dedicated to increasing awareness of the importance of personal financial education and equipping individuals with the knowledge and skills to manage their finances responsibly. And whereas federal and state agencies, credit unions, schools, nonprofit organizations, businesses, and other entities participate in National Financial Literacy Month by offering educational programs, resources, and initiatives that promote financial literacy across the United States. And whereas a strong foundation in financial literacy helps individuals understand budgeting, saving credit management, debt reduction, and retirement planning, thereby reducing financial hardships and fostering economic resilience. And whereas the lack of financial education can lead to detrimental consequences, including excessive debt, poor credit, and limited access to economic opportunities, making financial literacy education a crucial tool for long-term financial success. And whereas Valley Strong is contributing to this effort with Financial Literacy Days in April, providing valuable opportunities for individuals to enhance their understanding of personal finance and build skills that promote financial security and independence. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as National Financial Literacy Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all residents, businesses, and organizations to support financial literacy efforts, take advantage of educational resources, and commit to making informed financial choices for a stronger and more prosperous future. Presented this 14th day of April, 2026. Chair Dhaliwal.
Thanks, Michelle. Sir, please.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman Dhaliwal. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Before I say anything, I would like to invite our 3 branch managers here in Stockton who are also certified financial counselors. So Angelina, Daniel, and Lena, if you could join me up here. Thank you. So as part of our financial literacy goal, we strive to have a financial counselor at each of our branches. So if any member has any questions on how to fix their credit, how to work on their budget, these individuals in the branches are the ones that are doing it every day of the week. As part of Financial Literacy Month as well, we're doing our 2nd annual Financial Literacy Day on April 25th at Unbound Stockton Community School, where we're going to be raffling off 2 scholarships of $2,500. Everything that we do around financial literacy is completely free to the community. We offer workshops on budgeting, credit building and rebuilding, steps to becoming a homeowner, and we also partner with an app called Zogo, where people can download it and use our code STRONG, S-T-R-O-N-G. They complete modules on there that they redeem for points, and those points, they can redeem them for gift cards. So thank you so much, and I appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for being here. Thank you and your entire team. Please join the board.
Thank you.
Michelle, next, please.
Thank you. Next, we have the proclamation of April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Elizabeth Sanchez, Director of Community Engagement with Prevail, and also if we have our District Attorney Ron Freitas in the audience, to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas April is recognized nationally as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, dedicated to raising awareness about sexual violence, supporting survivors, and promoting prevention efforts in communities across the United States. And whereas 2026 marks the 25th anniversary of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, recognizing more than 2 decades of advocacy, education, and community engagement aimed at preventing sexual violence and supporting survivors. And whereas this year's theme, 25 Years Stronger, Looking Back, Moving Forward, encourages communities to reflect on the progress made while renewing our commitment to prevention, healing, and accountability. And whereas sexual violence remains a significant public health and safety issue in the United States, with national data indicating that nearly half of women and more than 1 in 6 men experience some form of contact sexual violence during their lifetime. And whereas survivors often experience sexual violence from individuals they know or trust, and many report their first experience occurring during adolescence, underscoring the need for continued prevention, education, and community awareness. And whereas during 2024-2025 fiscal year, Prevail responded 504 times to provide confidential advocacy and support to survivors of sexual assault, demonstrating the ongoing need for survivor-centered services and community education throughout San Joaquin County. And whereas Prevail works in partnership with local government agencies, law enforcement, healthcare providers, schools, and community-based organizations to strengthen the response to sexual violence and promote a safer, more informed community. And whereas community initiatives such as Wear Teal Day, the Teal Sand Project, and Denim Day encourage residents and organizations throughout San Joaquin County to stand in solidarity with survivors and help raise awareness about sexual violence prevention. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in San Joaquin County and encourages residents, organizations, and community partners to join Prevail in raising awareness, supporting survivors, and promoting prevention efforts. Presented this 14th day of April 2026. Chair Dhaliwal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for everything you guys are doing for the community. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Chairman Dhaliwal and members of the board. We really appreciate this recognition and for proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. It really matters, not just to us as an organization, but to every survivor in our community who deserves to be seen and believed and supported. At Prevail, this work is really personal. Every day, we walk alongside individuals and their families that are navigating some of the most difficult moments in their lives. Last year alone, we served over 6,000 individuals here in San Joaquin County, and in the most critical moments, our team responded to 504 individuals who showed up in hospitals and our Child Advocacy Center in real time to provide that care, advocacy, and support when it's needed most. But the truth is, we don't do this work alone. This collective effort, and this is a collective effort, and we are incredibly grateful for all of the strong partnerships that make this response possible. So to the District Attorney's Office, thank you for your commitment to seeking justice while centering survivors. To the Family Justice Center, thank you for creating a space where survivors can access coordinated wraparound support. And to our law enforcement partners, thank you for showing up with urgency and professionalism and care in some of the hardest moments in the lives of our community members. And most importantly, we honor survivors. To survivors, we say, your voices matter, your experiences matter, and your courage continues to guide how we show up as a community. This month is about awareness, but awareness alone is not enough. Today, I really want to ask something of all of us. Let's move beyond awareness and into action. Let's believe survivors when they come forward. Let's challenge harmful norms and conversations that minimize or perpetuate harm. Let's support the organizations and systems that are doing this work every day. And let's each take responsibility for creating a community where safety, dignity, and respect are the standard, not the exception. Because preventing sexual violence is not just the responsibility of a few, it really, truly belongs to all of us. So thank you again for your leadership, your partnership, and for standing with survivors here and across San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Fiddes?
Well, Stephanie said it best. Chairman Dhaliwal, Vice Chairman Dean, County Administrator Regallo. So I'm not going to repeat everything. Obviously, you have a lot of proclamations on this today, but this is a very, very important one. And being the district attorney is lucky to have so many partners working with us in this very important issue, such as our partner, Sheriff Pat Withrow, Chief of Probation Steve Jackson on the enforcement components, but also having partners like Prevail that work with our victim witness advocates and our Family Justice Center. because this is something that takes place in the dark and stops in the light. So if you see something, say something and do something and educate yourself so you know. Thank you, Board, for this recognition.
Thank you so much. Please join me.
You can go on the other side too.
Next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have a proclamation requested by the 1st Supervisorial District, Supervisor Gardia, proclaiming the month of April 2026 as Second Chance Month in San Joaquin County. I would like to invite Michael Sorensen, Executive Director of Friends Outside, to the podium as I read the proclamation, which states, whereas each year, millions of Americans return to their communities after incarceration, seeking the opportunity to rebuild their lives and contribute positively to society. And whereas the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs recognizes April as Second Chances Month, raising awareness about the barriers individuals face upon reentry and promoting policies and programs that support successful reintegration. And whereas the importance of redemption and the challenges faced by the nearly 80 million Americans with an arrest or conviction record, including difficulty securing employment, housing, education, and financial opportunities. And whereas research shows that stable employment, access to education, housing, and community support are critical factors in reducing recidivism and fostering successful reentry, benefiting individuals, families, and public safety as a whole. And whereas by raising awareness of the challenges and opportunities of reentry, promoting acceptance and support for those seeking a second chance, and highlighting the role of government and community-based organizations in this effort, we can create pathways to success for those striving to rebuild their lives. And whereas the reward of being a grand juror, Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Second Chances Month in San Joaquin County, and encourages all residents, businesses, and organizations to support initiatives that help formerly incarcerated individuals successfully reenter society, fostering a more just and inclusive community, presented this 14th day of April 2026. Chair Dhaliwal and Supervisor Gardia.
Thank you so much. Michael?
Thank you. My name is Michael Sorensen. I'm the Executive Director at Friends Outside. Chair Dhaliwal and Supervisor Gardia and Supervisors and County Administrator, thank you for letting us be here today. The spectrum of causes that proclamations have been shared with today we're on that spectrum at some place, but the reality is nearly 2,000 people return to San Joaquin County each year who are looking for their second chance. And as was stated in the proclamation, when education and community support is available to those who are looking for that second chance, they're much more likely to be able to take advantage of it and see success. I'm joined here with my staff and board, part of my board, excuse me, in solidarity as we approach our second annual Second Chances Month event, sponsored in part by Valley Strong, Ava Community Energy, and the City of Stockton Office of Violence Prevention, among others. We anticipate nearly 500 people will come to this event. We're highlighting this event this year with keynote speaker Dave Dahl from Dave's Killer Bread. The event is free. We'll have lunch, of course, with Dave's Bread, and we invite everyone to participate. So thank you again for recognizing Second Chances Month and supporting those over nearly 2,000 people who are coming back each year to this community.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor.
You know, those numbers are astounding. 2,000 people just in San Joaquin County. I believe you said 80,000 in the United States, or whatever that number was. It's a large number, and honestly, it's your team and organizations like you that give people second chances. And you guys got a beautiful mural next to your office over on Fremont Street, and I drive by it every day. And it reminds you that people often don't make good choices, but we all have second chances to make a difference and be good people in our community. So I just want to thank you and your team for what you do.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next is a recognition requested by the 3rd Supervisorial District, Chair Dollywell's office. And this is the retroactive recognition of the United States Marine Corps' 250th anniversary celebrated on November 10th, 2025, as part of our ongoing nation's 250th anniversary. And I would like to invite Sergeant Christian Escoval and Corporal Jericho Lausler to the podium as we read this recognition, which states, "This is presented to the United States Marine Corps in honor of your 250th anniversary." The United States Marine Corps has faithfully served the nation with honor and distinction in every time and place. Since its founding on November 10, 1775 in Philadelphia, Marines have stood as a symbol of readiness and resolve, answering the call from the shores of Tripoli to the battlefields of the modern era. Forged through rigorous training and united by the core values of honor, courage, and commitment, Marines exemplify an unyielding spirit and an enduring dedication to victory. Today, that same spirit lives on in Marines around the world, even prepared to respond when the nation calls. As we commemorate this historic milestone, we honor 250 years of unwavering service and celebrate the proud tradition of Semper Fidelis, always faithful. Congratulations and best wishes. Chair Dollywell.
Thank you so much, Rochelle. Mr. Anderson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 13 folds of the American flag represent the original colonies and symbolizes various patriotic and religious meanings. The first fold of our flag is a symbol of life. The second fold is a symbol of our belief in eternal life. The third fold is made in honor and remembrance of all the veterans departing ranks who gave a portion of their lives for the defense of our country to attain peace throughout the world. The fourth fold represents our weaker nature, for as American citizens trusting in God, it is to Him we turn in times of peace as well as in time of war. The fifth fold is a tribute to our country, for in the words of Stephen Decatur, our country, in dealing with other countries, may she always be right, but it is still our country, right or wrong. The sixth fold is for where our hearts lie. It is with our hearts that we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The seventh fold is a tribute to our armed forces, for it is through the armed forces that we protect our country and our flag against all her enemies, whether they be found within or without the boundaries of our republic. The eighth fold is a tribute to the one who entered into the valley of the shadow of death, that we might see the light of day and honor mothers for whom it flies on Mother's Day. The ninth fold is a tribute to womanhood, for it has been through their faith, their love, loyalty, and devotion that the character of the men and women who have made this country great has been molded. The 10th fold is a tribute to the Father, for He too has given His sons and daughters for the defense of this country since they were first born. The 11th fold, in the eyes of a Hebrew citizen, represents the lower portion of the seal of King David and King Solomon, and glorifies in their eyes the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The 12th fold, in the eyes of a Christian citizen, represents an emblem of eternity and glorifies in their eyes God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. When the flag is completely folded, the stars are uppermost, reminding us of our nation's motto, "In God we trust." Chairman, if you would step forward to receive this flag.
It's an honor, sir.
I want to thank the Marines of 4th DSB Bravo Company for today's ceremony. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Happy anniversary to the Marines. Happy anniversary to our great nation. May God bless our men and women in uniform. May God protect them, and may God bring them home safely. Thank you so much. Please, all the veterans in the audience, join us for a presentation of proclamations. Glenn, please. Rochelle, next, please.
Next, we have a proclamation requested by the 5th Supervisorial District Supervisor Rickman. It's the proclamation of April 14th, 2026 as Vaisakhi Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Jess Singha of the 5th Supervisorial District Planning Commissioner to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas Vaisakhi Day is observed annually in April and marks a traditional harvest festival of Punjab, symbolizing renewal, gratitude, and prosperity. And whereas Vaisakhi holds deep historical and spiritual significance for the Sikh community, commemorating the founding of the Khalsa in 1699 by Guru Gobind Singh Ji, an event grounded in the enduring principles of equality, service, courage, and justice. And whereas Vaisakhi is a time of prayer, reflection, and celebration, bringing together families and communities through cultural traditions, music, and acts of seva, selfless service, that strengthens civic life and mutual understanding. And whereas San Joaquin County is home to a diverse and vibrant Sikh community, whose contributions to agricultural, business, public service, and community life have helped shape the county's history and continue to enrich its social and cultural fabric. And whereas Sikh residents of San Joaquin County exemplify values of hard work, volunteerism, compassion, and respect for others, strengthening our communities and contributing to the county's overall quality of life. And whereas recognizing cultural and religious celebrations such as Vaisakhi affirms San Joaquin County's commitment to diversity, inclusion, and the celebration of the traditions that unite our residents. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 14th, 2026 as Vaisakhi Day in San Joaquin County, presented this 14th day of April 2026. Chair Dhaliwal and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. Happy Vaisakhi, everyone. I'm proud to be a Sikh American, and it's an honor and privilege to serve you as your county supervisor. Supervisor Rickman, thank you so much for putting this item on the agenda. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. And it's an honor to bring this forward with our Planning Commissioner, Jazz Singha. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Grewal, Jazz, and say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Dhaliwal, special thank you to my friend and our our supervisor. For me, it's District Supervisor Rickman. Rochelle, thank you so much for doing all this with such grace. I know you've been reading all these proclamations. You need some more water there. That being said, it's a delight, it's an honor. I'm proud of you being the first Sikh American being a chair here, doing a good job. I hope you keep doing a good job. That being said, I'll make it simple. I know you gentlemen have been standing here for a long time, so I'll turn it over to Dr. Grewal so we can wrap it up nicely. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Fateh. Thank you for giving us a chance, and thank you for celebrating Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi is the second month of lunar calendar. The first day is celebrated as a Vaisakhi. Traditionally, it was celebrated as a harvest festival in India, especially in northern India. In 1699, a special event took place when the 10th Guru of the Sikhs, at this gathering, came out with a sword, and he asked the audience, there were 30-some thousand people, that I need one person to sacrifice his head, who is willing? So no question why. So one person came and he stood up and he took him in the tent and came back with a sword with a blood on it, and he said, I need one more. So similarly, he repeated this, 5 people total came, he took them in, then they came out, they were not killed, they came out in saffron clothes and as Khalsa soldiers, and he administered them nectar, divine nectar, and initiated them into Khalsa. And then the second important thing happened. Then he bowed down to them. He said, now you initiate to me. So he is a guru, teacher, and he is also a follower. So this is the Sikh tradition. So these 5 became warriors. So these 5 came from different part of India, and they were all representing so-called low class. So he uplifted these people who were not allowed to ride a horse, who could not have a weapon, who could not fight. That was one of the reasons invaders came from Khyber Pass and ruled India for years, because half of the population was disfranchised. So he made them mentally strong, physical warriors, and that eventually led into the protection of the region, and all the invaders from the Khyber Pass stopped coming. One of the great story of that time is also later on, 1857, 1859, during British India, there were 21 Sikh soldiers near the Khyber Pass. There was fort there, and they were attacked by 10,000 Afghans. They kept them whole day fighting, and they killed about 600 of them, but they didn't have enough reinforcement. Eventually, they died. So this is a preparation, revolution, or you can call miracle. We don't like to call miracle because we don't believe in miracles. So this is the reason we celebrate Vaisakhi. All the downtrodden people who were not considered equal were uplifted, made warriors, and educated to fight tyranny. So fighting tyranny is one of the Sikh principles. So these were the people who was more than half of the population, but they were, kept downtrodden for centuries. So he uplifted them. So I gave some copies of the article I wrote, the similarity between American Constitution and Sikh principles. There's a lot of similarities. Almost everything is similar. Here is illegal, over there is more like a moral or spiritual. Right to equality, all people are equal. So let me emphasize, I may be taking a little more time than you think. All humans are created equal. Nobody believes you all people are created equal if you don't have defense. So Thomas Jefferson said all people are created equal, all men are created equal. But if American farmer did not have a good enough musket and good enough shooter to fight the redcoats, all men would not be created equal. So this is the message. Guru started in 1669, and Thomas Jefferson started in the 17th. So let's take a story of a great American general, George Washington. George Washington was from Virginia, so he fought in Midwest for the Virginia. Then they joined the British Army, not joined the British Army. Together they fought with the French and the natives. When George Washington offered himself to join the British Army as an officer, you know what they told him? No, sir, you are not born in England, you are not equal. But he told them he was not equal, he was better. So the message, all human beings are created equal, doesn't work if you don't have means to reinforce it. That comes from American Constitution, that comes from Sikh principles. So there's a lot of similarity. That's why we enjoy being in America. My friend, Colonel G.B. Singh, he served in U.S. Army as a full colonel. I'm very happy. My son actually is serving now as a colonel in U.S. Army. So serving in Army is very natural to us. Thank you for letting us come. I think it's a great country, but Sikh history principles is also very similar, so we enjoy being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Graywald. Thank you, Jazz. And I know Jazz and I have been celebrating this Sikh culture, recognizing Sikh culture since I was a council member and mayor in Tracy, now up to the county. And I just want to add before we end, I know Dr. Graywald, retired last year as a heart surgeon here in San Joaquin County after decades, a premier heart surgeon. And I know my staff is working with you to find a date, hopefully in June, for you to come forward so we can recognize your retirement and your great career and all the lives that you've saved. Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
again, God bless you all, and happy Vaisakhi, and please join us.
Next, we have public comments. Any person desiring to speak on an item that's not on this agenda may do so now. Please direct your comments to the board, and no personal attacks, please. Let's do everything we can to maintain the respect for the institution and decorum. First person is Prism Attica. Good.
My name is Prism, but the name found on my birth certificate and voter card is Michael Wayne Cousins, and I live at 120 West Euclid Avenue in District 2, right by the University of Pacific, overseen by Paul Canepa. I was invited to speak today by Nicole Gehring, the Chief of Staff for Stephen J. Ding of District 4, on the union versus non-union vote happening for county contracts after we met at the Transgender Day of Visibility proclamation last month on March 17th, 2026. From October 11th, 2024 to February 19th, 2026, I worked as a receptionist for Marathon Heating, Plumbing, and Air. I am in support of allowing non-union and union contractors alike to bid for jobs at the county level. Since being asked to speak on this, I have asked every single home improvement person I have come into contact with this last month, whether that was Jesus, who my property manager, Joe Bernazzani, works with constantly at my home, fixing my bathroom sink and shower, all of that. I don't have hair, but it gets clogged. Or the individuals I saw in their company cars, what they would like to be done in regards to this vote. Every single individual was in favor of the non-union and union contractors both being allowed to bid. I trust the people who are actually doing the work, and I think you five should as well. Support both non-union and union contractors to be able to bid on the same jobs. Allow all people living in the U.S. the same opportunity, regardless of union status, immigration status, gender, race, or sexuality. In addition to voicing support for non-union and union contractors, I would like to remind us all that a world, love you all, but where there are 5 FEM County Board of Supervisors can exist and is possible. Perhaps it would be 5 Black women, maybe 5 trans women. I'd love to see a county have 5 disabled women, blind, deaf, wheelchair-bound, possibly 5 women who are mothers, whether they chose to birth, adopt, foster, or become the chosen parent of children. With the organization that was right here, 5 previously incarcerated women who have spent years behind bars in the prison industrial complex. Or maybe it's a mix of all of that, but a world where femmes and women are not just the side characters to the men in charge is possible. I long for a county and world where Black trans femme queens are safe to exist and just be. I long for Stockton, Lodi, Manteca, Tracy, and ever in between to be a space where my sisters and I can walk to the liquor store or gas station or to the HSA office without being harassed, belittled, made fun of, spit on, beat up, or arrested and incarcerated just for existing. Please do something with what you have learned here, and do not let my words die in the air of this room. It would be a disservice to humanity and all of the organizations that were here. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Jake McGregor.
That's not my phone.
Just wanted to say a quick word of thanks to Supervisor Ding for choosing 180 as a possible recipient of supervisory funds for District 4. 180 Programs has been in active service of our community, Lodi, since 2002. We started out as a teen center, but over the course of the last 24 years, our services have expanded. From the teen center, we started a mental health program. That program now serves well over 1,000 students per month across around 30 schools with well over 25 professional counselors and therapists. We have a neighborhood services program. Actually, one of our intentional neighbors is here today. There are people living up and down the east side of Lodi, working together with neighbors to develop assets and do long-term systemic restoration in the neighborhood. So the program has grown quite a bit, and it doesn't happen, I always say it doesn't happen unless it's in a city like Lodi, in a community like San Joaquin, where there's so much support for the program. So just thank you so much for choosing us, and yeah, we look forward to hearing the vote, so thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Chief Richard Haas.
Good morning. Less of public comment and a little bit of presentation. So thank you, Chairman Dollywall and distinguished supervisors, for giving me the opportunity to share about our program at Clements Fire Department, the Kids Don't Float program. This program is basically a way to prevent drownings within the San Joaquin County waterways, particularly the McCallamy River. And this would be in Supervisor Ding. This is in your area. We're from Lake Comanche down to the McCallamy Park. Anyone that's lived in the area knows that that's a very favorite spot for young people to congregate and then float down the river. So with that, in 2000, never heard of it, right? Yeah, probably have done that when you were a kid. So 2009, we lost a young man, and he had slipped off an air mattress. It was a pool-style air mattress, and he unfortunately drowned, succumbed to his injuries, and passed. Two of his friends had came up with the idea that we need life jackets that are available to young people and to children and adults alike within the area, to be able to give them opportunity to have a free life jacket to be able to utilize and then turn it back in. So with basically a group of young students came up with the idea, and then we basically built a coalition of San Joaquin Community Department of Parks and Recreation, Clements Fire District, East Bay Municipal Utilities District, California Waste Recovery Systems, McCallamy River Outfitters, and the United States Coast Guard. So moving forward, that was in April of 2009. The Board of Supervisors enacted a new ordinance in December of 2009 to make it a requirement for each individual person under the age of 13 to wear a life jacket while in a waterway, while literally swimming in the waterway in San Joaquin County. So thank you to the board of that time to do that. I just wanted to give you an update. We're still fighting the fight. We have basically several hundred life jackets right now, and as you can imagine, when you loan them to the public, some get lost, some may be mistakenly taken. They're stenciled with the Clements Fire Department Kids Don't Float logo. Our young men and women take that from the fire department, take them from the McCallamy Park and drive them back up to the hatchery where they're initially get into the water and float down. And we just want to say thank you for your consent item for assisting us with purchasing of new life jackets. We'll continue this program indefinitely as we can continue to do so. And thank you very much for the time today, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Adami? Is he still here?
Good morning, Chairman, board members.
Sir.
Thank you. On behalf of the Stockton Marine Corps Club, the American Legion family, thank you very much for your contribution for the Vietnam Moving Walk coming in May. It would be an honor. This would be a time for the families to get together and reflect on the memories of the loved ones who lost in Vietnam. We Vietnam veterans who survived have the obligation to teach the younger generation about war. War is not like the movies have it. It's not fun. It's not enjoyed. But we volunteered, some were drafted, and we continued working with each other. And thank you again for your continued support. It's an honor. It's an honor for me to be here in front of all of you. Thank you.
Linda Vasquez.
I do not like following Tino. He is my mentor, one of my heroes. But I too wanted to stand before you. I am the event chair for the Moving Wall with the United Veterans Council in partnership with Carl Ross American Legion and the Stockton Marine Corps Club. And just wanted to tell you how grateful we are for your support to help us bring this incredible monument to our community. The Moving Wall is the half-size replica of the one in Washington, D.C., the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall. And it was created so that Vietnam veterans, their families, and the general community that may not have the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C., will be able to experience this wall. There are over 58,000 names etched in the walls, and each one of them was a son, a brother, a husband, a wife, a daughter. And we just want to honor them and share that information with our community. It will be here from May 14th through May 18th at Weber Point Event Center. And the Friday we're designating as Education Day so that we can bring schools and both homeschool, public and private schools, so that these children can experience that. And again, as Tino said, that war has a great price to pay. So thank you very much for your support for this event.
Thank you, Dinda. Armando Blair.
Good morning, Chair Dollywall, Vice Chair Ding, and Supervisors. My name is Armando Valerio, and I'm here on the behalf of the Founding Committee for Shriners Denim and Diamonds' third annual event. Other committee members are Betty Wilson, Danielle Love Rawlings, and Eric Zepps. We are here to urge you to approve consent item 12 and to thank Vice Chair Ding for placing our request on the agenda. We'd also like to thank Supervisor Mario Gardia and Stockton Firefighters Local 456, District Attorney Ron Freitas, San Joaquin County Correctional Officers Association, and San Joaquin Deputy Sheriff's Association for supporting us for this event since its inception. We are thankful for the support from this community to show how much they care about the health and vulnerable children in our community. I thank you. And lastly, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Rickman, who last week received a certificate of recognition from the Delta Board of Trustees for his leadership and contributions to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from public would like to speak on any item?
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for having us. I would just like to say thank you to Supervisor Ding for the consent vote that is about to take place. I am Grace and Mercy. We work with food-compromised individuals. That means homeless, at-risk families, and senior citizens. We have a Meals on Wheels program where we deliver 12 meals to our seniors above and beyond what Meals on Wheels does do for most of the folks. I have the opportunity to work with a lot of the nonprofits. As a matter of fact, we were just at a conference yesterday, and it was a team building to figure out how we can best come together. With your support, we will be able to do more for the community. As many of you are aware, everyone is struggling right now. Food, because of gasoline, because of the increase in prices and the things that are that have put us in economic despair, is trickling down and is being felt tremendously here in San Joaquin County. So I thank you so much for what you're doing for us to make us better so that we can serve our community. I thank you very much.
Ma'am, is your name Jasmine Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, we got the card. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Jasmine Peterson. I'm here today to share an update regarding the City of Stockton's Comprehensive Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, what we've been calling the CCAP. Just wanted to let you know that the draft plan was released last month, and that has been shaped through engagement with community partners, staff from various public agencies and special districts across the county, and thousands of residents from around the county, including Tracy, Lodi, and here in Stockton. At its core, the plan is really about safety and being prepared for our future. And as you know, we've been experiencing more frequent extreme heat events, ongoing conditions and effects of our drought, increased pressure on water systems and infrastructure. And these issues affect everyone, not just public agencies that are required to maintain them. It also puts the strain on our small businesses in terms of rising costs and residents as well, increasing our cost of living. So just wanted to share the update with you all that this draft plan provides a roadmap for strategies that we as residents and community agencies can engage in to expand shade, tree canopy, reduce heat in the neighborhoods that our residents are living in, and support more efficient transportation options. There's 58 actions included in the plan for consideration and further implementation road mapping. And so I also just want to make sure you all are aware that the public comment deadline for this draft plan is at the end of this month on April 30th. And so we invite you all to take a look at the plan and provide some comments about what implementation could look like for the residents you serve and your districts. I also just want to take a moment to thank the Office of Emergency Services for their ongoing partnership with Little Manila Rising, the agency that I work for. We have been working with them for our Community Resiliency Collaborative work, which is an effort based primarily in Southwest Stockton to help residents prepare and get the word out of the great work that's happening with the Office of Emergency Services. As part of that effort, I do want to let you know that we are hosting our next Community Resilience Collaborative meeting on Thursday, April 16th at 5:30 p.m. And the topic is drought and water conservation. So we're hoping to equip residents with strategies and tips for saving water generally, but also what to do when there's a period of drought, how they can protect themselves and prepare their families and neighbors. So everyone is welcome to be part of that effort, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. This will conclude the public comments. Next, we have consent items, consent calendar. Board members, any item needs to be pulled? Nothing? No? Anything on my left? No. I will pull item 43. Which one? 43. Supervisor Gardia, item 21.
Is the staff from General Services here? So often we pull consent items because there's issues, but I honestly am pulling this just to say thank you that I feel like we're moving forward with the parks in the right direction. So really why I'm pulling it is that I'm really happy with what's going on with the rebuilding of the bathrooms at Garden Acres Park. The addition to our landscaping services, I think it's going to really change our community. It's just a start to good things to come. So the reason I brought you up here was to say thank you. If you'd like to make a couple of comments, that'd be great.
Thank you, Supervisor, members of the board, County Administrator, Ashik Alal, Parks Administrator.
We're really excited to see this contract come to fruition finally, and to see the impact it will have on our community and parks, and hopefully bringing people back into our parks and using our parks the way they are meant to be used. So we are very excited as well.
That's it?
I just want to give a shout out for the Easter egg event. It was absolutely amazing out at Mickey's Grove Park. You guys killed it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gardia. District Attorney Freitas. Item 43.
Thank you, Chairman Dollywall, Vice Chairman Dean, County Administrator Regallo, members of the board. I am deeply honored to join you today as we proclaim April 19th through the 25th as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in San Joaquin County. This year's theme, Listen, Act, Advocate, Protect Victims, Serve Communities, reflects the heart of our mission. It underscores the importance of building a network of support that surrounds victims with compassion, strength, and understanding. I want to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to this board and the County Administrator's Office for your continued partnership for this meaningful recognition. I'd also like to recognize some extraordinary individuals who make this mission possible. Gabrielle Warigi, Kuga Rosing, Hope Dumpsing, and the dedicated team in our Victim Witness Unit consistently demonstrate unwavering compassion and advocacy in support of their victims. I'd also like to acknowledge Alexis Wilbur and the Family Justice Center, whose strong partnership provides essential resources and a haven for those in need. Together, you embody the true spirit of collaboration and community, and I'm sincerely grateful for your dedication and service. In recognition of this important week, we have a few events planned to honor our victims and strengthen community awareness. The week begins Monday with opening ceremonies in the District Attorney's Office. On Wednesday, we have Meet the Advocates, providing an opportunity for the community to connect with those who support victims every single day. The week will culminate with the 4th annual Survivors Luncheon on April 23rd, where the District Attorney's Office, Victims of Violent Crime, the Victim Witness Unit, survivors, and our partnering agencies will come together in support of National Crime Victims' Rights Weeks. The event is already sold out, but if you need tickets, I may know somebody that can get you in. As District Attorney, I'm dedicated to ensuring that victims are treated with dignity and compassion and respect throughout the pursuit of justice. Together with this board, we will continue fostering a community where survivors are heard, supported, and empowered to move forward with strength and hope. Thank you for this proclamation, and thank you for your continued partnership.
Thank you, sir. Board members, comments? Supervisor Gardia.
I just want to say thank you to your team. You guys do a phenomenal job, and you know, it takes a lot of people to really advocate, and I just know that your team is doing a good job for our community.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do, because it takes a village, and a lot of people in our community are underserved, and you give people a voice, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman DA. Dave Freda, thank you for being here, and your whole entire team, thank you. And I've said it multiple times, and it's nice to have a district attorney and a district attorney's office and the staff who actually stand with the victims. So many times you watch the news and you don't hear anything about the victims. You hear, you know, excuse after excuse of why this person, this suspect, I guess you said, did these heinous crimes, or, you know, trying to make excuses for them. And the victims, I think, get lost in the shuffle. So thank you, you know, and you and your team for standing up for victims and, you know, the accountability that needs to be served here, not just in San Joaquin County, but and not even the state of California, but throughout the entire country. Victims first, so thank you. God bless you guys.
Vice Chair Ding?
Yes, I wanted to say thank you. I was on the phone this morning on the way to the meeting with a rather upset husband whose wife was assaulted by a homeless individual near downtown Lodi yesterday. His words were basically, you do everything for the rest of the community, what about us? You know, what about us? And so I just wanted to say thank you. Kudos to Lodi PD. He said that they were very responsive, did a great job, you know, in comforting his wife and taking reports and getting all that done. But you are sorely needed, and it sorely needs to be highlighted. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, you and your team. And thank you so much for keeping our community safe.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you. 48. Supervisor Gadia going to pull item 48. You got the floor, sir. Supervisor Gadia, item 48.
If I could have Sheriff Withrow come up, please. $200,000. That's a good call. It's a good call.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm sorry I didn't hear why you called me up.
Yeah, so I'm pulling 48, the donation of the water rescue equipment from the
Yes.
Stockton Fire Department. And so, as being a former Stockton firefighter on the water rescue team for many years, and you know, I see a great value of having a water rescue team in San Joaquin County. And you know, the Stockton Fire Department made a decision to not provide that service no more, just due to staffing. You know, you get called on a water rescue, you're taking multiple units out of service. And for the San Joaquin Sheriff's Department to step up and actually take and using that equipment, valuable equipment, because you know that equipment was purchased over the years with grants and stuff. So I honestly just brought you up here to say thank you for taking on that task, and you know, future, you know, be safe, because water rescue is a very, very dangerous operation. And just thank you for what you do and your team.
Supervisor, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. The guys have been amazing. It's already paid huge benefits for us to have our dive team and this equipment, and with Stockton Fire being so generous to allow us, they got it through a grant, and not letting that grant money and everything go to waste. It's been a long journey. We've asked county council and everybody to review contracts back and forth on the city, and it's been a huge thing. And to finally get it approved and get it to our officers, it's going to make it safer for our officers. And as always, we've extended, just so you guys know, to all the other departments too. You know, this is, you know, we have Metro for our drug narcotics task force, and you know, the bomb squad is the same way. And if other departments, you know, can't afford their own dive teams but would like to be part of a group that goes out and does this, this is huge for us to be able to recover a ton of stolen vehicles and missing persons and accidents where vehicles, they get called out in the middle of the night when a car goes off of Highway 4 or whatever into the water. And this is going to make it a huge difference for us and the safety of our officers to have this type of quality equipment. So we really appreciate their generous offer and the fact that we get to do it and your guys' support on it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Anybody else? Any questions, comments? Anybody from public? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve consent items.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. At this time, we will recess as Board of Supervisors meeting. The board will be acting as a governing board of the in-home sports services public authority after this. We're going to convene as the in-home sports services authority meeting. Rochelle, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Chair. There's no staff report for this item. It's a consent item, so we just need a motion and a vote unless the board would like to discuss it further.
Thank you. Board members, any questions, comments?
I have a quick question, Chair.
Yes, sir, please.
So what's the revised budget? Knowing the financial issues that, we may be having here with the state budget and federal budget, does this have a negative, I guess I can put it simply, this negative or positive effect when we're going to be having our budget talks here coming up in a few months? Negative, positive, or what, we're gonna have our budget talks or our budget hearings here in June, July. So what is this consent item that's before us today? How does that play into our overall budget?
We got a kind of late in the year increase in our funding for the current year. So we're trying to spend that. Is one of the things that happens for the future year, next year, is to look at how much we spent of what they gave us. And our association, CAPA, reviews the spending and the, proposed budget and comes up with a distribution based on, kind of past performance, caseload growth. So we do our best to spend everything every year to make sure we don't lose it. And so this was just a chance to provide some additional training by contracting with Homebridge. It's a main change. We also have higher than expected hours for IHSS benefits.
So I guess I was getting at, this doesn't have a lasting impact or ongoing cost to this county, correct?
Yes, if I may, thank you, through the chair. Had to find the item, sorry, I apologize. Public Authority received an increase in their allocation. So now this is what they're using.
The increase came from whom?
You get your increase from so it's going to be from the state and federal?
Yeah, this state, and there's an increase of about 58,000.
Okay, so the increase came from the state of California or feds, not our budget.
It's not
our
general fund.
Okay, that's what I'm looking at and guarding here is our general fund, making sure we're adequate when the budget time comes and how we're spending our money. So that answers my question.
And it's due to the IHSS hours that were increased.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we can, when we're spending money, that we have the revenue and, that we can afford to, but if this is coming from the state, it's kind of a moot point. So thank you both, and thank you, CAO, and thank you, Chairman. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Anybody from public want to speak on this item?
Supervisor Rickman, if I may, just real quick.
Yes, sir.
Through the chair, the Public Authority budget is separate and distinct from the Human Services Agency. The Human Services Agency, as you have alluded, has some financial challenges moving into the budget year, and this action is independent and separate from any of that. So,
beautiful. That's even better news. So thank you.
Move to approve the approval of the revised public authority budget.
So moved, or second.
We have a motion and second. Call for the vote, please. Motion passes 4-0. I'm going to adjourn the in-home sports services public authority meeting, and we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Board members, 1 second, please. Let me. Discussion item 1. One second. This one.
You want to move that one?
He wants to move it up.
You'll need
Get the consent, yes. Board members, Supervisor Canepa is requesting that we move up discussion item number 1 to receive an oral report regarding Rotary District's 50 to 20 partnership with San Joaquin General Hospital. Is that okay? Supervisor Garcia? That's fine. Supervisor Rickman, are you okay with moving this item up?
Whatever you guys want to do.
I need your permission.
Whatever you want, Chair. You're the man.
Okay, we'll move it up, and do we have a staff report? Thank you.
Thank you. I just thank you guys from Rotary for being here and waiting so patiently. There was supposed to be public comment, so at this time we'll talk. This all started, I think, like a year and a half ago, and there's a trailer out at the county hospital, and we'll hear from them. And they wanted money to redo a roof, and then we looked at redoing the roof, and it came back, it's a county property, so my discretionary money couldn't be used for that. So we have the brain trust out there from the county hospital who had an idea. And now the partnerships that we have with Rotary and the ability to get things done, so you guys can take over and explain what we're doing at the county, and then we'll have Rotary step up. So thank you for moving this forward.
Thank you, sir.
So good morning, Chair Dollywall, members of the board, CEO Regala. I'm Rick Castro, the CEO of San Joaquin General Hospital. I'm going to introduce to you Jessica Helmick, I always say it wrong, who's our latest and greatest Director of Communication and Marketing, has done an amazing job for us and took the lead on this collaboration with Rotary House. So I'm going to turn it over to Jessica.
Discussion item for the Rotary.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies of the board. I'm going to make this very brief and informative to keep going with your schedule here. So I was tasked by our CEO, Rick Castro, to do a brief presentation about our Rotary House. So as you can see here, the Rotary House is actually a double-wide modular building that sits on the southwest side of the property that we have in French Camp. It was originally used for physician housing. It was acquired at an unspecified time, but the relationship that we had and the use for it changed actually 30 years ago to this month in 1996. So it currently was positioned to provide complementary accommodations for families of critical care patients. So you can imagine our ICU patients as well as trauma patients, mostly people who are traveling through the area, have an unexpected car accident, something to that effect. Their family needs to be with them, but long-term stays and local hotels can be cost prohibitive. So again, it is located at Cottage Lane on the southwest side of the hospital, and it can accommodate, the current situation is a 2-bedroom, fully furnished unit that can accommodate 6 people. It's overseen by our social services team, so they're the ones that work with the families to determine the eligibility on this, as well as have some ground rules for that. So let's take a step back here. 1996, a couple things are going on at the hospital. That was the year that the board approved our expansion. We added 269,500 square feet, $55 million investment, and 96 beds to the hospital. So what that did by increasing our critical care capacity is that it did raise issues about local places where people could stay if they have someone in the ICU. So just raise a hands if you've ever had somebody in ICU or hospice. It kind of gives you an idea of how important timing is. So at that time, I cannot speak, but I know currently the closest hotels to us are still within a 10-minute driving range. That doesn't seem long for commuters. It is a very long time if you have somebody that's in a critical care unit and time is passing. At this time, it was a former employee of the hospital, Tom Henning, who also happened to be president of the Stockton Seaport Rotary Club, approached us to look at the unit. It was in disarray at that time. It needed a number of repairs, and again, being financially responsible, it wasn't necessarily at the top of our top of our priority list. So Tom proposed a great solution that the Rotary House would donate approximately 25 volunteers and $20,000 to the unit that you see before you to do all of the necessary repairs, which include new roof, flooring, painting, etc. They also added on a playground for children. So this is the Rotary House as it is to the current day. Now fast forward 30 years and you can imagine we're in the same situation with necessary repairs. Again, we are at capacity with our ICU and our patients, and so we're looking at a solution to double the capacity and do so in a fiscally responsible way. So here is the next phase that we are proposing. What you see here is part of a triplex modular unit, also located at the end of Cottage Lane. These were installed in 2019 to be used for physician and resident housing. Each one of these modular units has 3 spaces, approximately 900 square feet each. Each one is a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, has laundry room, full kitchen, and will be furnished. What we're looking at right here is using 2 of these 3 spaces and adjoining them through the laundry wall, which would then serve as adjoining rooms very similar to a hotel. With each one having the capacity to hold 6 people, doing so would double the capacity to 12 and is a great solution to the current issues that we have with the Rotary House, again, facing repairs and trying to figure out a way that we can mitigate the cost while use what we already have on our property. So if you take a look here, here's one of the living rooms of the unit and the kitchen. It has everything that you need for a long-term stay. Again, the most important part is that this is on our property and within walking distance to the hospital. There's no need to drive off of our campus. The cafeteria and cafe are available when you are there for use. So again, constructed in 2019, they have roughly 900 square feet for each of them. We would be able to double the capacity while actually using a portion of the property that we already have, so there would be no additional cost. And again, much like the Rotary House, we would be responsible for the maintenance, the upkeep, the utilities, and all of the other things that go along. We would continue the relationship that we have with the Social Services Department to ensure that these placements go to those families in need. This is a no-cost solution for them. There are rules set in place, but we believe that it is the best option to continue to care for our community and provide this service to those who are in need. So that wraps up my brief but informative presentation. Did you have any questions?
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions?
No questions. It's
Any questions? Anybody from public?
Hi, I'm Mary Laughlin. I am the past president of Stockton Sunrise Rotary and lieutenant governor for District 5220 of Rotary, which serves the Central Valley and the Mother Lode. It is a pleasure to be here in front of you and to have been working with Mr. Canepa on getting this back up and running and being able to partner with you again in a more substantial way to meet the needs of our community. I'm asked often, how many people does this serve? I'm also asked, what is it? Everybody's heard of the Ronald McDonald House, nobody's heard of the Rotary House. Well, we want to change that. We want to get this back in the public eye and really provide a good and necessary service to the community. We've been doing this for close to 30 years. We hope that you will continue our partnership and to make this opportunity available to the people who need the services. I'm often asked how many people need it. I can't answer that because it's really been in disrepair for a number of years, and we've been using it very minimally since COVID because of that. So moving the Rotary House over to the facility that was the doctor's residence homes is really a smart and a move that I would really encourage and a partnership that I would encourage. The last person that was in there was not a family. The families before that, I can tell you, we had two families a year or so ago that were here from the East Coast, and both of them were here because they had family members who were victims of gunshot wounds. They were here to say their goodbyes. Things that we, as members of this community, hope we never have to experience. The last person was a woman who was living in her car in the parking lot, who didn't want the house. She was perfectly okay being in the car. She just needed a shower. So through social services, we were able to get her in and allow her to use the shower so that she could stand by her husband who was in the ICU. These are the kinds of stories that make that house personal. I hope as you consider the item that's on the agenda that you will keep those people in mind. Thank you.
Chair Dhaliwal and the rest of the board, my name is Albert Holman. I'm the area governor for Rotary in this area, and I kind of shepherd all 4 Rotary clubs that are here today. And I just want to reiterate what Mary has already said, that this is quite a unique provision that we have in our community. I just came back from a Rotary gathering where all Rotaries from all Northern California were here, and we were talking about this project and that none of them have anything like this. And I can tell you, when you have someone that's in ICU, you can understand the anxiety and the anguish that they go through. And this is just one more thing to help ease the pain that they're going through as their loved one is going through their medical issues. But also, before I sit down, I just want to give a shout out to Supervisor Canepa for his help with this. We came to him originally with this program as we thought that this program was going to go under because of the condition of the old building. And with him and his staff moving forward as they are, we're at this solution here, and it sounds like it's a great solution. So it's our hope here that this will go through and that the community will be served very well by this. I want to introduce all the club presidents that are here. President Ken Steele of the Stockton Club, President Chris Werner from the Sunrise Club. Our other 2 presidents could not be here because they had other commitments, but Rotary here in Stockton and Beth, yeah, I'm going to say his name right. Yes, is here also with us. And
President-elect nominee.
President-elect nominee of the Stockton Club?
Stockton Club.
Okay, and so we're here en masse just to say thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys for coming. Also, shout out to Brandy Hopkins. She helped, and Rick and the hospital. And I mean, it's just a matter of connecting the dots to give people the services that they need. And it's community-based organizations like Rotary that do an amazing job in all of our areas. So thank you guys for doing that. Thank you, Mr. Castro and Brandy Hopkins. Shout out to the county administrator's office for getting this done. So. And it's neat, it's cool. They're putting a door in for us so that if there's more people in a family, so now we can go back to utilizing it to give people dignity, that can't afford to stay. So thank you for your help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
No action is required. We'll go to public hearing to consider adjustment to the county facilities fee schedule for fiscal year 2026-2027. Kelly?
All right, good morning, Chair Dhaliwal, board members, County Council Kiernan, and CAO Regalo. My name is Kelly Cavello, Senior Deputy County Administrator, and I will be presenting the recommended county facility fees adjustments for fiscal year 26-27. The recommendation before you this morning is to conduct a public hearing to consider the annual adjustment of the county facilities fee schedule for fiscal year 26-27. After receiving the staff report, it would be appropriate to open the public hearing, receive comments from the public, close the hearing, and then bring the item back to the board for consideration. If the fee adjustment is approved, it will be effective July 1st, 2026. In June of 2005, the Board of Supervisors enacted a county ordinance establishing the CFF program and adopted a resolution establishing development fees. The CFF program provides a mechanism to recover a portion of the growth-related county capital facilities costs that would otherwise need to be funded by county general purpose revenue or other funding sources. The primary purpose of the program is to finance region-serving capital facilities located throughout the county that are used by the residents and businesses within each city, as well as the unincorporated areas of the county, and to assure that new development pays its proportional share of these improvements. Fee categories are based on the type of development, including residential and non-residential categories. For a project located within the city boundaries, only the regional CFF amount is collected to support the facilities needed for growth. If a project is located in the unincorporated area, an unincorporated area surcharge is also collected. The CFF is collected pursuant to the adopted fee schedule by the county and the participating cities at the time of the building permit issuance, and it is then held in its own interest-bearing account. Effective July 1st, 2024, Mountain House was incorporated as the 8th city in San Joaquin County and began collection of CFF program fees in fiscal year 24-25. The CFF program was supported by a nexus study when it was adopted that documented the relationship between new development and the need for additional facilities through 2025. On March 20th, 2018, your board approved a nexus study update and revised the fee schedule. The update included analysis of population and employee projections through 2035, anticipated capital facility needs, and updated cost and revenue estimates. CFF revenue must be used only to address impacts of growth and not to address existing space deficiencies or enhancements in service levels. So up on the screen, you'll see examples of facilities that could be funded by CFF. And most recently, CFF funds have been programmed to fund Phase 1 of the San Joaquin Be Well campus project for $13.7 million, the morgue medical examiner facility replacement project for approximately $25.6 million, district attorney tenant improvement and renovations, just under $12 million, and then also $5.6 million in energy-related capital projects throughout the county. In addition, CFF has been paying the growth portion of the debt service for the county administration building at 29.85%, based on this increase in the square footage of the building, and there's currently $14.8 million left in debt service on this building through 2032. So annual inflationary adjustments are required by the county ordinance and help to ensure CFF revenues collected are adequate to offset the costs and facility needs pursuant to changes in the California Construction Cost Index, which is produced by the Engineering News Record and published by the State Department of General Services. The Building Cost Index reflects cost trends for construction, trade, labor, and materials in the California market. So over the prior year, the index increased by 1.3%, which reflects inflationary costs for construction services. This increase is considerably less when compared to the 5-year average annual increase of 7.92% over the last 5 fiscal years. So on the table in this slide, it shows the regional and unincorporated surcharge components of the fees, including residential and non-residential. And it reflects the current CFF on the left-hand side of the column and the adjusted CFF on the right-hand side of the column. So this slide is just showing a few examples of new calculations with the new adjusted fee of increasing by 1.3%. So for example, in the first bullet, you'll see that if a developer were to come in and want to do a 50-unit single-family residential development, the cost under the new fee would be $191,155, which is just under a 2,500 increase from the current fee structure. So it's a relatively small increase across the board. So with that, I am available to answer any questions, and that concludes my staff report.
Thanks, Kelly. Board members, any questions for staff? Let me see. Supervisor Garcia?
So how do we compare to like neighboring counties with the increase?
I'd have to go look into that, but I'm assuming they are using a similar index, and this index is statewide, so I'm assuming they would have a similar increase as ours, as approximately 1.3%.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kent?
Do we have any protests at all, or?
No, this information was shared with the Building Industry Association. They did not have any protest at all that I'm aware of, unless the clerk's office received anything, but I don't think we have any protests. It's a very small increase. A couple years ago, I think we were as high as 11%. So this year, it's only it's really inflation, it's just 1.3%. Back when it was 11%, we were having supply chain issues as a result of COVID and some other factors that were leading into that. So this is a basic inflationary adjustment.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. When you're looking at the CCCI and, what I was able to look up the DGS and so on, and just to give everybody a sense, construction costs in California are up roughly 45% since 2021. And they're talking about an ongoing increase of 4 to 5% annually in California. Is that something that you would agree with? That's something that you have heard?
So the way we calculate our percentage increase is we do it at a point in time. So this is comparing the March index number of 2024 to the March index number of 2025. So that's how we calculated the 1.3%, and that is how we have traditionally calculated our percentage increase for our CFF fees.
And that's not even factoring in labor costs, right? When you're talking about the CCCI?
My understanding is that it incorporates labor costs and material costs.
And when you're looking at, the CCCI, and you're talking about the increases, and say, for industrial, for example, does that factor in like roadways? I mean, not the effects of what the industry has on, the roadways and you're talking about paying fair share. That doesn't, and these numbers don't factor that in, correct?
That is correct. And I believe you had a similar question last
year.
Yeah,
I did.
And we had the Director of Public Works come
right,
up.
And I was getting mixed. I know in the Council of Governments, we touched on, these issues and I guess the roadway side of it.
Yeah.
But
No, this is just strictly for the growth portion of county facilities.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? The public hearing is open now. Anybody from public want to speak may do so now. There will be a 3-minute limit. Anybody from public?
It's a tax increase.
Hearing none, I'm going to close it, bring it back to the board. Board members, any final comments, questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the new increases.
Is there a second? I'll second it.
Can the chair second? Yeah. I'm learning. I've got to
We
figure
have
this
a-
out in 6 months.
We have a motion and second. Call for a vote, please. Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Next, we have another public hearing regarding an appeal by Harry S.N. Parminder K. Shergill of the Planning Commission's denial of variance number PA 2400350.
Chair, at this time, I'm going to recuse myself because I don't know that I would be able to make an unbiased decision.
So noted, sir.
What's he doing?
He's going to recuse himself.
Good morning, Board. I have Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Stephanie Stowers, Principal Planner, to provide a presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Unlike the majority of variance applications heard by your board, which typically include minimum parcel size requirements, this application is requesting to reduce the front yard setbacks for an existing open fence from 0 feet to negative 13.24 feet to extend into.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
So the variance request is asking to reduce the front yard setback for an existing fence from 0 feet on the property line to negative 13.24 feet. So it extend into the county right of way 13.24 feet. So the fence is constructed of mixed materials, including 3-foot masonry wall topped with 3 foot of wrought iron fencing. The development title regulations allow for this type of fence to be constructed. Allow for this to be constructed on the property line with no setback in agricultural zones. The project site is located on the east side of North Alpine Road, approximately 1,000 feet south of East Live Oak Road, northeast of the city of Stockton. It is zoned AL5, limited agriculture with a 5-acre minimum parcel size. Surrounding properties are primarily developed with agricultural uses, with scattered residences with smaller scale properties in the AL5 zoning area, which is the lighter green area on the maps. This is a site plan detail submitted by the applicant. The front property line is highlighted with a red line. The fence is located outside the property boundary, extending approximately 10 feet to 13 feet beyond the property line, depending on where you are kind of on the property. So the fence, just for reference, is shown here with the road up top and the property line with the red line. This has quite a bit of history, so bear with me. I'm going to kind of go through it as fast as I can. In December of 2021, a code enforcement case was originally opened for the construction of a 6-foot-tall block wall located parallel to Alpine Road. In April of 2022, the wall was modified to meet the definition of an open fence with 3 feet of masonry wall with 3 feet of wrought iron on top. And a building permit was issued for this construction or for this configuration. At the time of the building permit application, the applicant provided a site plan depicting the fence located on his property line. Sorry, I lost my place. The applicant is responsible for knowing and understanding the location of all property lines, and each building permit is stamped with this information at the time of application. So that's the image that we have there that says applicant shall be responsible. Based on review of the site plan, included with the building permit that was prepared by a professional, CDD believed that the fence was located on the front property line. The permit was finalized and the
Sorry, can you go back? Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So based on the review of the site plan that showed the fence on the property line, CDD believed that the fence was located on the property line, and we ended up filing the building permit and closing the code enforcement case.
Okay. So I'm sorry if I just want to make sure I'm hearing all that. It's been going on for 4 years. I just want to. So you originally believed it was on the property line?
Yes.
Okay.
That was our understanding. Thank you.
Okay.
So subsequently, in May of 2022, the Department of Public Works received a complaint concerning lights that had been installed on top of the fence, as well as the drainage ditch along Alpine Road being filled in. Upon inspection by Public Works staff, it was determined that the fence, as well as the landscaping materials, encroached into the county's right-of-way. Public Works sent notices regarding the illegal encroachment on 4 occasions. However, the fence and the landscaping remain in place. Community Development Department and Public Works staff met jointly with the property owner, and ultimately it was determined that a variance application may be submitted and considered. But staff did not state that this application would be supported for approval. Variance applications are subject to determination by the Planning Commission. A variance application was filed, and in November 2025, the variance was heard by the Planning Commission. The applicant's representative spoke in favor of the project, and one neighbor spoke in opposition. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 to deny the application based on an inability to make the required findings in the affirmative. The denial was appealed to the Board of Supervisors. Staff reviewed the appeal application and is providing the following analysis. So to provide some context for the discussion, this is a photo of the segment of the fence. The photo was taken from North Alpine Road looking northeast at the fence. The landscaping and other materials referenced by the Department of Public Works can also be seen, including large rocks, gravel, trees, and decor. The appeal states that the Planning Commission did not have sufficient discretion to allow the existing fence to remain in the right-of-way. Approvals must be grounded in existing ordinances, regulations, and laws. Variance applications are subject to the development title regulations that require that 4 findings be made in the affirmative in order to approve a project. These findings include that there is no special circumstance, or that there is a special circumstance applicable to the property, that a variance will not be detrimental or cause injury, that a variance does not grant a special privilege, and that the variance does not allow for something not otherwise permitted. These findings do not change depending on the review authority. The Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors are both held to the same requirements for approval. Findings 1, 3, and 4 that I listed before are also codified in the California Planning and Zoning Law, so those are also state laws as well as our county laws. Staff reviewed these findings and could not make them in the affirmative, resulting in a recommendation to Planning Commission of denial. The Planning Commission reviewed the findings and also could not make them in the affirmative and denied the application. In order for the board to approve the appeal and the variance, the board must make the 4 findings in the affirmative. The appeal also states that the location of the fence in the right-of-way does not hinder or prevent traffic from driving on Alpine Road as it currently exists. Setbacks and height restrictions are placed on fences to ensure that the fence will not interfere with traffic or create hazards for drivers. It cannot be stated with certainty that a fence located within the public right-of-way will not create a safety hazard or otherwise impede traffic. The speed limit in the vicinity of the project site is 55 miles per hour. High rates of speed combined with the fence located significantly closer to the paved roadway than other fencing in the area creates a potential hazard. Additionally, county roadways are regularly used for the movement of farm equipment traveling at much slower speeds. The fencing also creates a potential safety hazard for drivers on Alpine Road when ag equipment is present. This photo was taken from the north side of the property looking south at the fence. It also depicts the neighbor's fence kind of in the foreground with the variance, like the fence proposed with the variance in the background. So this illustrates how the proposed fence may impact safety by limiting sight distance for neighboring driveways and roads. The appeal states that the special circumstance applicable to the site is that the cost to relocate the wall is expensive. A special circumstance is required to make finding 1 and to approve a variance. This finding states that there must be a special circumstance related to the property, such as size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, that result in the strict application of the rules depriving a property of the privileges enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity. There is no such circumstance applicable to this site. The site is similar to properties in the vicinity, and the property owner created a self-imposed condition by removing fencing consistent with the fencing rules and regulations and constructing a fence outside the property boundaries and within the public right-of-way. It does not constitute a special privilege. For reference, this is 2 photos, one in 2019, one in 2025. The fencing that existed on site in 2019 appears to meet the fence regulations, while the currently installed fence extends between 10 and 13 feet into the right-of-way. The fence continues to use the same gate, which was in line with the fence in 2019, but you can see in 2025, both sides of the fence kind of pop out on either side, extending into the roadway. The appeal states that the county will allow encroachment and the applicant will name the County of San Joaquin as an additionally named insured on the applicant's liability policy. The Department of Public Works issued conditions for the project that require an encroachment permit as well as insurance coverage of a minimum of $1 million, naming San Joaquin County as additionally insured, to be maintained in perpetuity. These conditions, which apply only if the variance is approved, are included to further protect San Joaquin County if the fence is permitted to remain in its current location within the public right-of-way. The conditions do not justify approval of the fence, nor do they convey any support of the project by the Department of Public Works. A variance application may only be approved upon making the necessary findings in the affirmative. Neither staff nor the Planning Commission could make these findings. Accordingly, it was recommended that the Board of Supervisors deny the variance based on the inability to make the findings. Alternatively, if the board chooses to approve the variance request, staff recommends that the board expressly find a basis to make the required findings in the affirmative and approve the appeal, thereby approving the variance with the conditions of approval we've included in the board packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Board members, any questions for staff?
Yes. English. I look at things like, first of all, it gives me a little PTSD because it reminds me what happened at the restaurant 12 years ago when the county told me I had to put these posts in cement, and I put 97 tons of decomposed crushed granite down, and they weren't sure it was cement, so I had to jackhammer them all out and show it to them again, and it was based on what they asked. My understanding, county originally said this is the property line, so county screwed up on that portion. We have a wall here. I've got this new motto right now called "Do No Harm." Who cares? I mean, if the wall's 12 feet, it's not in the roadway. It's still set back, and it's an improvement. I can't tell from your presentation whether you're asking us to grant the variance or not. Just in English, county screwed up. We did this wall. We're gonna leave it alone, and then if the county ever needs to widen the road, then the wall has to go down. Is that what am I hearing, or am I hearing that they have to? It was just a little too much for me. Tell me in English what exactly you want.
Definitely. Through the chair, the county didn't quote-unquote screw up. When they came in to apply for their building permit, they represented that the fence was located on the property line. So we don't go out and survey their property and find out where the property line is. The applicant is responsible to have a design professional provide the site plan and show to us that it's on the property line or setback or wherever it is. They depicted it on the property line, we approved it that way. So to us, they told it was on the property line. We believe them being professionals that it was on the property line. So we processed the fence, we finalized the building permit. It turned out later that their site plan for the building permit was not correct. It was not on the property line. So what we approved is not what actually is where it's located. So that was the first one. And then we are also recommending denial of the variance because we can't make any of the findings that are required. We're not able to make any of the 4 findings that are required. So if the variance is denied, the fence will have to be removed and maybe relocated at the appropriate location on the property line. So I hope that answered all the questions.
Okay.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. When the individual brought did he bring a plan or something to you guys, and it showed where the property line was, and you guys looked at the plans, did the fence where he wanted to build it on the plan that he submitted to the county on his own private property, or was it in county? So it's like, hey, I bring you a piece of paper, hey, I want to build a fence here, you guys look at it, is this your property? Yeah, and we didn't do our due diligence or anything to look at it.
Well, so through the chair, it is a requirement of a building permit that a design professional draws the plans. And so we have to, as the county, assume that the design professional is being accurate with where the property lines are and is depicting what's actually being built and the actual property line locations.
Don't we have a program or, you know, like GIS that shows the property line, so you guys can just, somebody submit something, you pull it up, okay, this is where the property line is, something that would be like 5 minutes?
Well, we do have a GIS system, and it is very good, but sometimes that can even be slightly offset on the aerial, so we don't depend on it for 100% accuracy. That's why we require a design professional to put a stamp on the site plan, to then put his license or her license on the line saying that this is actually what's happening. And then we also have the stamp that was provided in the presentation that the applicant is responsible for property lines and easements, because we don't know where everyone's property lines are. But that's again why the design professional draws the plans.
So if the design professional draws a plan, screws up, brings it to the county, and the county approves it, do we have a way of, when somebody brings these plans, to make sure that they're correct so we don't end up in a position like where we're here today?
It'd be back to the design professional and who put the stamp on it. We have to depend on engineers and surveyors that do this for a living versus land use planning and building inspectors that do.
How many of these do we get? I mean, I just, you know, and that kind of troubles me, because if you hire somebody, say if I'm a landowner, I live next door to, say, you know, a person who has land next to me, and, you know, they extend into my private property, and their survey says it's okay, but in reality it's not. Where is the oversight, or, you know, somebody to protect the property rights of somebody else?
So if we are next to each other and I build my fence onto your property and you believe that, it's a civil issue, and we both
Right.
hire surveyors, they come out and survey our property, and then the two surveyors
But
will go
what
out.
I'm saying is, can't we eliminate that if we, as a county, have some kind of oversight, that we would look at these plans, punch it up, and,
Well,
you know, so we don't
yeah, we
come in
do
this-
have GIS. GIS does map legal lots and APN number locations for us, but they're not always 100% exact with
What about, do we have
exact legal
surveys on
lots.
file, though? I
We
mean,
do, but I
properties?
don't, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sorry, we do. I don't know where on your property that property line is. You know, if we're looking in between our houses, you have a fence, and you assume that that's your property line. But if the fence blew down, you need a surveyor to really come out and draw a line to where your pins are and where your property line is.
So what we're looking at here is an encroachment on the county property.
County roadway, do you want to switch?
All right. That's it for now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor
And thank you.
Garcia?
Hold up.
1 second, sir. Supervisor Garcia?
So, at any point, did we send out an inspector out there to before, like footings were poured?
So this started with the wall already being constructed as a 6-foot solid masonry wall. So when code enforcement went out, they said, you know, we're assuming it's on your property line. On the property line, you can only have, at the time, it was our old development title, so it was a 3-foot solid wall and 3-foot open is what was allowed. And so they came and amended the wall and applied for the building permit, showing 3-foot solid, 3-foot open on the property line.
Yeah, I think that, and what I'm getting from my colleagues, the frustration of the property line and the ability to use our GSI system is that 13 feet, we're not off by 2 feet, we're off by 13 feet. And is there, for future fences, is there a way to make sure that we don't have this issue again?
Well, that is why we rely on a design professional to have correctly drawn and accurately drawn site plans for us, or for the applicant for us to review. We have to rely on the design professional to have done maybe a survey of the property to say, yes, this fence is on the property line, or it's not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Corinne, can you put the picture up, the house, where it shows the fence?
That,
No, the one before that.
can you, go backwards.
This one.
Yes.
So there was an inspection done on April 15, 2022.
I believe, yes, if that's the date it was final, then yes.
Who did the inspection?
We would have, the building inspectors would have gone out. A building inspector would go out and verify that it was built per the plans that were approved by the department.
And permit was issued?
A permit, yes. So they came in, they had originally built the fence as a solid fence. It's not permitted that way. They came in and applied for a building permit. and amended the fence structure itself to be permitted. We approved it based that it was located on the front property line, and it was inspected that as if it was on the front property line as it was depicted on the site plan. Yes.
And I assume the wall and the fence, whatever you want to call it, the combination was built already on April 15, 2022, right?
Yes, we opened a code enforcement case earlier than that. We opened a code enforcement case in December of '21 for an unpermitted 6-foot CMU block wall. And then they applied in April of '22 with the current configuration of the wall.
So
But it was located in the same location.
So exact location, the way it depicts in the picture, the inspection was done and the permit was issued.
Yes, and the permit was final also, yes.
At that time, staff didn't notice that there was an encroachment?
No, because on the site plan, it showed it was located on the property line. And so building inspectors that are going out don't know where your property line is either. So we have to rely on that site plan that was drawn by a design professional, that it's accurate.
Can you put the picture where it shows the neighbor's driveway? And this was at that time that this is the existing situation, right?
Correct.
It clearly shows that there is an encroachment, but our staff member couldn't tell the difference.
Well, we don't know if the neighbor's fence was built into their property. They could have put it back 10, 15, 20 feet. Just to, I don't know where his fence is located. The building inspector, I'm assuming when he goes out, is not gonna know where that fence is located on the property line, 10 feet, 20 feet behind the property line. So they're going out and again, going with that the site plan is accurate by a professional and that's on the property line.
So May of 2022, there was a complaint from the neighbor
In May of '22, they complained to Public Works.
about bright lights and encroachment.
Yeah, about the fence encroaching. It looks like the bright lights and maybe even the trees and rocks that are in front of the fence.
What if nobody had complained?
Then we may not have ever opened a code enforcement case on it.
Then everything should have been
Yeah,
fine?
generally, code enforcement is not driving around looking for concerns, but when a neighbor brings them up, then we're gonna have to address them.
But what if the neighbor had not complained? If the neighbor.
Then we would have assumed that was the front property line and that they built the fence on the property line.
And everything should have been fine?
Yeah.
Can you go back to the house picture again? Do we know the distance between the roadway and the wall?
I'm gonna defer to Alex.
The, measured from the center line of Alpine Road, it's 40 feet of right-of-way. If you're asking what the distance is between the edge of pavement and the wall, I couldn't tell you.
Think this, the way the situation is in the picture, does that impede traffic?
So in Public Works view, the wall itself doesn't impede traffic. Does it represent a hazard? Yes, because it is on county property. So if a vehicle hits that wall, then we have some exposure.
But it does not impede traffic though?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
I would add that there is a in the engineering world there's the concept of a clear recovery zone, which is when vehicles go off the roadway. There's a distance that varies with the speed of the roadway, design speed of the roadway, that provides an area for that vehicle to recover and get back on the roadway. And so, does it impede traffic in the purest sense? No. Does it impede upon that clear recovery zone for a road that's got a 55-mile-an-hour design speed? Potentially, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Supervisor Garcia?
There was made mention of bright lights. Is there something in our, that says that we can't have, is there a certain light that we can and can't have?
Yes, so through the chair, we do in our development title have light standards, and the building code may also, the lights were installed without permit, so we have not received any electrical permit from them to be able to review what has been done or the brightness of the lights.
Corinne, if the lights are too bright, that's an easy fix, right?
Yeah, we'll require them to dim them at some point, but they have not applied for anything, so we don't even know what have out there.
Of the fence?
Yes. Okay,
Yeah, they haven't applied for an electrical permit, so we haven't been able to review what they have.
okay, thank you. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. For Public Works, looking at, I can only tell from the picture, looking at the intersection, whatever that road is adjacent to them, you know, if somebody pulls up to the stop sign, which I take it there's a stop sign there, they still have view, a full view of approaching traffic for either the right or the left, correct?
So, I'm not sure what you're.
Well, it looks like it goes into a T intersection, right? So this guy's
That
house.
is a private driveway.
That's a private driveway,
To
okay.
the properties to the north.
So that private driveway, somebody pulls out of there, I mean, they still have clear view of people from the right and left, right? This fence isn't obstructing that view.
We did not perform any kind of analysis on the line of sight for that private driveway.
Okay, why? I mean, wouldn't you think, I mean, if you guys are coming to this board and, you know, that's gonna be a huge factor in this.
So, through the chair, if the wall is built where it was depicted on the site plan, there would not be a line of sight issue. So our remedy by recommending a denial of this variance would that the wall would be relocated back to the property line, thus there would be no line of sight issue.
Right, but is there a line of sight issue now?
I haven't done an analysis, so I can't say with any certainty.
And you talk about, you know, recoveries at 55 mile per hour roadway. I mean, how long is, I mean, the roadways are what, 12 feet, 11, 12 feet, the roadway width and center line usually, right? 10 to 12 feet, I guess.
Typically, that's correct, yes.
So you have a shoulder, I mean, just looking, and that's like a 10-foot shoulder. And you talk about recovery, there's plenty of roadways here in San Joaquin County that have no shoulder at all. And, I mean, it's not a safety issue, right? I guess you could argue, well, I mean, it's a county. I mean, so, I mean, just because there's not a, instead of say this is 10 feet and plus, instead of a 23 feet shoulder, it doesn't make it unsafe in and of itself, correct? Because if that's the case, what are you saying about the rest of our county roadways?
Oh, I'm not saying the rest of the county roadways are unsafe. I'm just saying that it doesn't impede traffic. And,
Oh, yeah, right.
And
But
if a
you-
car goes off the road, it has the potential for,
hit that
hitting
fence.
that sign and the rocks as well, or the rocks.
Now, to our county council, I mean, you can't gift public land, right? So that's one thing that's off the table. I mean, that would be like, we couldn't gift public funds. This is property, so we couldn't gift property.
No, you couldn't give public property.
Right.
In this circumstance, if you were to grant the appeal, you would have to make the 4 findings in the affirmative, which is required both under county code and state law to have a variance, and then an encroachment permit would have to be issued.
I'm not saying, you know, we'll have to look at the, you know, the boxes that we check, but could you, if you did an encroachment permit, and when this residence gets sold at a later time, could you have the, you know, put something on the property, like not a lien per se, but something on the property that says whoever buys this property needs to move this fence back 13.24 feet and get rid of their encroachment at that time?
I'm not aware of a method to do that. I don't know if.
Couldn't that be a condition of a permit? Or a variance? Well, you would have to do a variance permit if you do an encroachment, right?
I'd have to look into the possibility of having the encroachment permit that would be granted indicate that upon sale of the property, the fence would need to be moved. That's something, a new idea I'd have to look into.
I'm just thinking outside the box here. So, thank you, Chairman, and thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody in support of appeal?
Yes, I'm Paul Coslow, the attorney for Mr. and Mrs. Shergill. The county board have been apprised of how we got to this situation with the wall as it exists today. Mr. Shergill has always been attempting to comply with the requirements of the county. He's done his best to do. He thought he was putting the wall on the property line. He spent a lot of money to build this perimeter wall around his entire property for privacy and security. As we now sit, the wall is, yes, it is, we find out after a survey was performed by the county showing that was on between 10 to 13 feet into the right-of-way. The right-of-way is for the benefit of the county. The county is the only person who really has the right to this property, the use of the right-of-way. As it now sits, the road does not impede any traffic. We don't view any visibility issues. The pictures have shown that the road is straight. And the other thing we wanted to point out that Mr. Shergill, he did obtain an encroachment permit to build a drainage ditch, a metal drainage ditch in front of his property, because before there was an open, wide ditch along Alpine Road to allow drainage, and he did spend another $23,000 to make that improvement of the ditch, so now the water travels through a pipe rather than open. So now we come before you with the walls on the property. To move that wall is not a simple, inexpensive task. Mr. Shergill has obtained a bid to remove the wall off the where its location. He has a bid of $73,820 to remove the wall, because as you can see from the photos, it's a very substantial wall. The work to get it off from the piers and settings, it will take a lot of money and time. And then once you have the wall removed, then he'll have to reconstruct the wall on his property. The bid to then reconstruct the wall is now $259,000. So we have a $332,000 problem for Mr. Shergill, which, again, the only people who are really at risk here is the county. And Mr. Shergill is, we believe, through an encroachment permit, conditioned that he provide the county as named insured on the policy, and conditioned that if the county ever needs to widen the roadway, whoever is the property owner at that time must remove the wall from the right-of-way. Mr. Shergill has taken pictures of other properties along North Alpine Road and found there are a number of walls along North Alpine Road that are well within the right-of-way. And so this is not a unique experience of properties along North Alpine Road. How those other people got their properties within the roadway, their walls, we don't know, but we know they do exist. So again, we point out that a solution is needed, because Mr. Shergill is now getting notices in Public Works to have his wall removed or face a $305 penalty for every day the wall remains. Again, that's an unrealistic, solution. He doesn't have the money he can't comply to get the wall off, because frankly, he doesn't have $73,000 now to move the wall. And so, again, since the county is the primary, the right-of-way is for the benefit of the county is not being impinged by the existence of the wall. It's been there for years. There hasn't been any accidents. There hasn't been any claims that the agriculture equipment can't get down the roadway. So we know through experience for the last 4 years that really nothing adverse has happened by the existence of the wall where it is today. So again, Mr. Shergill is before the county looking for some relief to give him the ability to keep his wall in place So he doesn't have to go through the expense of removing it, or he doesn't have to be fined on a daily basis of $305 because his wall sits within the right-of-way. Again, there's not a simple solution here, other than, like I said, I think originally when we met with the county public works people in 2024, my thought was to create an agreement with the county and Mr. Shergill stating that the wall does exist in the right-of-way, and putting a provision that when the county needs to widen the roadway, the wall needs to be removed back from the right-of-way. We would record that agreement, so it would be a constructive notice to any potential buyer of the property, knowing that if they were to buy that property, they would face that potential of having to move the wall if and when the county needs to widen the roadway. Again, we don't anticipate traffic to be increasing that great that the county's going to spend the money to need to widen North Alpine Road, but who knows? Maybe not in my lifetime or your lifetimes it'll happen, but it could happen. But again, we don't think that's a pressing issue at this moment. But like I said, we get back to just the practical problem of the fact that it costs $73,000 just to move the wall. And that seems to be a little bit heavy-handed to solve a problem that really, it's not a problem other than the fact that the wall is in the right-of-way, but it's not harming the county or the public. And again, we believe there's numerous other walls and fences that all along North Alpine Road are on the right-of-way, and no one's being told to move their wall or fence off the right-of-way. And we just feel that to be an equitable solution here would be, to come up with a solution to allow a encroachment permit, to allow the wall to remain in place, subject to removal of the wall if and when the county needs to have the roadway widened on North Alpine Road, and to provide a liability insurance as a named insured under their policy. We believe that's an equitable solution, with all things in concern. Again, it's more, like I said, the practical problem of the cost. Okay.
Is there anyone else who, just one second. Supervisor Rickman. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the appeal? Anybody who would like to speak in opposition?
Hi, my name is Sean Brown. I want to speak on the whole safety aspect of it. So I live on 11542, which, going back to that photo, is where the wall where it was taken facing south. Yeah, there hasn't been an accident there in 4 years, but the fact that there is farm equipment driving down that road and vehicles, the road's posted 55. I would love to see someone that actually does 55 down that road. We have to pull out within 3 feet of the edge of the roadway, if not closer, to see what's coming from the south heading northbound. All it's going to take is that one person that veers off the road a little bit to hit one of us, myself, my stepmother back there, my father that lives on that same road, Tom, Lee, anything along those lines. The way I look at it is, yeah, $75,000 is a lot of money, but that wouldn't have been a problem if this was handled right the first time. We warned him initially. There's more to this than what we're just facing right now. There's also a 3 foot 4 inch overbuild onto our road. So our road is now out of county fire spec. So that's a whole different topic that we're dealing with separately. But I want to just, like I said, speak and kind of harp on the safety aspect. I've nearly been hit. I'm not sure about them, but you have to pull out within 3 to 4 feet of a vehicle doing 55, if you're lucky, more along 65. So this has been an ongoing issue. On top of that too, yeah, we know there's some kind of metal drainage that was filled in the county culvert itself. But once that culvert was filled in, the 3 properties on that road, they don't drain anymore. It takes weeks to drain after. So is it actually a culvert that's open? Or are we looking at something that was put there to satisfy a visual, you know, hey, yeah, this passes as the culvert, some kind of drainage or not? To speak on the lights too, it's one of those things, I'm 50-50 on it. I partially care, partially don't. When I do care is when you have a foggy night and he's got the whole thing lit up, you cannot see for probably 70 yards down that road. Your headlights, I mean, obviously we know you try and turn your high beams on in the fog, you can't see anything. Take that times 10 to 15 lights down the side of the road and it floods all the way over to the west side of the road through the fog. So you have 50 to 60 yards of a complete blind dead spot that, I mean, good luck. So I personally want to see that fence move back to where it should be. I don't think the county should be giving someone property. If I went out there, or if Lee, the property owner at the very front, said, hey, I'm gonna build my fence, I don't think any of you guys would say, hey, here's 13 to 15 feet, take it for free. That's how I'd look at it. So personally, the fence needs to come back, along with the other issues, but again, we're only hitting on one right now. So that's kind of where I stand.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of the appeal? Anybody? Anybody in favor? Anybody in opposition? Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. You know, this isn't my district, so I would love to hear, you know, Supervisor Dean's thoughts, since he knows the area better than any one of us up here. But I just wanted to, you know, say a few things. You know, as the attorney says, there's no harm. You know, is there harm to the county? There is. I mean, if that was my private property, and, you know, imagine, you know, you have your house and your neighbor builds in 13 feet into it, you know, even though you don't use that portion of your property, does it harm you? You know, it does. And the thing I keep visualizing in my head, at least, you know, in my district, what you see, and it's usually in the city, so it's not a county problem, but people that live next to railroad tracks, you know, you have that, you know, a large portion that's railroad property, and you see people's backyard extended all the way onto railroad property. And, you know, it's been years, you know, it may be years, or the railroad may not do anything, but there was a time when the railroad came through, you know, and just tore everybody's backyard, fence, everything, equipment, just bulldozed it off. And, you know, and are we setting a precedent for that? If we let one person do it, do we let somebody else, you know, down the road do it? But on the other hand, I mean, what kind of approach do we take? I mean, I'd love to hear from the board. Are we gonna, you know, are we gonna be aggressive on it? Or be flexible? I mean, I'd love to hear your guys' point of view and what you guys think, especially you, Supervisor Dean. So, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Once again, anybody opposition, anybody in favor? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Gardia.
So I just got a question for the permit applicant surveyor. What responsibility does the surveyor have in this?
The surveyor who Mr. Shirley used, I don't know who he was. He didn't get his name. He when he did the survey, he came out and he staked the property lines with a wooden stake. And it turns out when he staked the property line by the North Alpine Road, there was an existing wood rail fence that had been there for years. And so whether or not that surveyor assumed that that was the property line, we don't know. But when Mr. Shergill wanted to make sure he was putting this large wall on the property, his property, he relied on that man's staking of the property. And so it was unfortunate. Again, we don't have so it's not like we have a person we can go back to a surveyor and say, hey, now you screwed up. We're going to come and sue you for making the wrong survey. We don't have that option, unfortunately, to blame somebody else. It's just a sad occurrence that we have a wall within the right-of-way. And
So my other question is, if the county relies on a professional surveyor, is there any type of checks and balances to making sure that we have a proper surveyor with a license to do so?
So through the chair, when they applied for the building permit, the site plan was stamped by a surveyor. I don't remember the surveyor's name offhand, or an engineer. It had a stamp on it by a design professional. So that's why it was stamped by a design professional. I'm not sure if it's the same person that came out and did the actual four-corner staking for them. But the site plan for the building permit was stamped by a design professional.
And there's not like a follow-up inspection on the surveyor after they perform the survey?
No, because that is what they do all the schooling and get licensed and have a stamp, so we depend on them to be the experts in that field.
Does the county have professional surveyors?
Yes, we do have licensed land surveyors in the Public Works Department, but we are not in the practice of checking for every property when it's been surveyed. We don't perform that service. The professional surveyor who does that, performs that service by stamping and signing whatever the plan may be, whether it's a fence or a map or what have you. They're basically putting their license on the line and to ensure that it's correct. And they are subject to the oversight for a professional land surveyor or engineer is the Board of Registration in California, just like mine. I've got a license to practice engineering, so if I do something incorrectly, I'm subject to discipline or fines from the Board of Registration.
So my only other comment would be on that is anytime that there would be possible encroachment on San Joaquin County property to, maybe create a policy or a safeguard and put in place to make sure that we don't run into this again. I mean, is that something that would be looked into or part of the permit process?
So through the chair, I'm not exactly sure how we would safeguard that. Like I said, the site plan was stamped by a licensed professional engineer, and they're, regulated by the state of California. He's got an engineering stamp, an engineering number. So we depend on the professional to do the survey, to depict what's actually out there or what's proposed is accurate on the site plan. We depend on the design professional.
Yeah, I would also add, I was in private practice doing consulting work for 14 years before I came to the county. And as you're probably aware, professionals who provide this kinds of service pay a lot of money for errors and omissions, the O&E insurance for these kinds of problems. If I had done something that was incorrect and then had to be ripped out, that might be a claim against our O&E insurance when I was on the private side. So that's another element in play that I won't say protects, but it is some coverage for professional surveyors, professional engineers.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, if I was going out to buy a piece of property, you do your due diligence as a buyer. And this is just more of education to myself. So, you do a title search, right? And you get a survey done of the property if you're going to buy a piece of property. What else can you do to protect yourself? I mean, you do a survey or the title search, no encumbrances, no easements or whatever it may be. You do a survey, that they look at the same thing, they do your property line, and it comes out and it's wrong. Like here, I guess, I did a survey and it comes out to be inaccurate. What's your remedy? Is to sue the surveyor? That's pretty much it? Or does it, yeah.
Through the chair, so a couple of things here. Yes, in the truest sense, you could, if you hire a professional, whether it be an engineer, a surveyor, could be an architect, could be other licensed professionals, and they make an error in the performance of their work, you have remedies in the courts, right? Another thing to add is once we became aware of the illegal encroachment, we sent out our licensed land surveyor to check to ensure that that this was indeed an encroachment. And what they did, what most professional land surveyors are going to do, is they go find the property pins. They were able to find those. There was no dispute on where that property line is. Where our surveyors were able to go out, find the pins, and establish the property line without, in just the normal course of how they perform this. This is the same thing that a private surveyor would do, is go out, pull the pins, and establish that line that constitutes their property line. That's how that was part of the process for us to verify that the wall was indeed within the county right-of-way.
All right, thank you. It was just more of an educational purpose. Appreciate it.
Anybody else?
Yeah. After they did the survey, did they reach out to the county? Did we reach out to the surveyor? Find out if he realizes he made a mistake or?
I'm not aware that we reached out to the surveyor. We generally work through the property owner and rely upon the property owner to work with their professionals, their development team, on remedying situations like this. So we don't really normally reach out to the surveyor themselves. We deal with the property owner.
So here's my view of things. One, I can't believe and it's not just on this road, it's all over the county. I mean, half the things you go around Woodbridge, and I mean, good luck on probably, how they built things. I've got buildings next to my building. I probably shouldn't say, yeah, what the hell? They don't even have water. They're using my water because the old owner of the building, to help Joe piped it through, and it just all over the place. Here's what I am concerned about. Go back to that photo with the property owners. I want to see that intersection again. The lights have got to be addressed. I can tell you that flat. I mean, I'm half blind anyway, but the fog that for some reason has come back the last 2 years and seems to have disappeared for the last 12. So where's the stop sign? Is stop sign to the right of this photo out of the picture? There's no stop sign at all. Okay. So, but you go right up to okay. And the distance between that wall and the roadway, you said it's 50 feet. They're 13 over, so that's 37 feet. My sixth grade math. You said that
From the center line, right. And then that roadway, the pavement width is probably 12 feet. Somebody mentioned it earlier, and that's pretty standard width. I don't have a measurement on the pavement width, but they're generally 12 to 15 feet on the half side from the center line.
I mean, my big problem is there's plenty of blame to go around here, and we've got, seems bigger problems in the county than this wall. But I'm also looking at, like we said, these are complaint driven. I'm just afraid what you're gonna find if you start driving down Alpine Road or any of these roads on existing fences, because they're all over the board. The drainage, that is separate from what we're dealing with here, because that's my primary concern, and it's not obviously here. We've been dealing with this all over the North County, people filling in ditches and not, piping or, private, we get into that. So the only thing we're dealing with here is what happened 4 years ago, surveyor. If we approve this variance, does the county have any position against whoever the surveyor is? I mean, I can't believe it. He stamped it. We don't know who the surveyor is? No?
No, I mean, we have a stamp on the building permit.
Uh-oh, here she comes.
Yeah, definitely.
That sounded like a legal question. So the county would not have standing. The owner may have standing, right? It would be a dispute or an issue between the owner and the professionals that he hired to do work on his property, but it would not be our deal.
Anybody else? Do we have a motion?
I've got a motion, but it's gonna be a long one. I don't know if I can do this. I mean, this tearing down walls, it doesn't make any sense to me. The lighting I have a problem with. I mean, I'll tell you what I'd really like to do is postpone this and go out to that corner and see if I can, I'm more worried about the visibility on that, access road. Yeah, I mean, from the picture, it looks like it's plenty of room, but that would be my only concern, and then the drainage. But I mean, tearing down the wall when there were so many mistakes made on both sides, I just think we have better things to deal with. How's that for a legal argument?
Are you making a motion to continue this to a later date, or are you just?
No, the motion is to approve the variance, right?
Approve the variance.
To make findings, and we need substantial evidence, factual information to support each finding, and we can bring up the criteria on the screen for you.
Well, no, I heard that.
Okay,
I just disagree with your, I'd like to make a motion to continue this
To date certain, uncertain,
next meeting.
next meeting.
I'll second that. I mean, with the condition that, I mean, what I asked you, some of the questions I asked you about the variance and encumbrance and whether, the property's ever be sold, that it has to be rectified.
Through the chair, I'm looking at the conditions of approval. Conceivably, we could add something to that if the board wanted to, which would indicate that upon sale of the property, the fence would have to be removed. I don't know, I don't know off the top of my head if we're able to file that against the property. The bigger issue, of course, is whether or not the board can make the findings necessary to grant the variance. But to address what you brought up earlier, in a quick perusal of the conditions of approval, it at least looks theoretically possible to add that as a condition.
And the reason I'm seconding, in order to find those findings, if you need additional information, I mean, right, we're impartial, we're non-biased, it's like a quasi-judicial setting. So if we need additional information, we can continue it and let these board members go out to the property, see if we can make those, and look at those requirements that we're legally bound by.
Through the chair, yes. Normally, you make a decision based upon the evidence that's brought to you. To the extent that you want to independently go out there and look at it, that would be something you'd want to disclose at the next hearing and indicate you went out there and what your observations were. The normal way to do this is to take the evidence that's presented to you, but I'm not saying you can't go out there and look at it, but I would divulge that as part of the rationale for whatever decision you make.
Well, let me get one item off the table with the property owners here and with the resident next door. Those, we could sit up here as a board of supervisors, tell you what to do, but you guys got to live in the same community. If the lights are a problem, they got to be taken care of. Because lights and fog are a problem. Can you guys make sure you work that out and take the damn lights down if they're too bright?
Excuse me, Mr. Shergill is prepared to remove the lights, and lights don't have to be an issue because
Cool.
he'll
Right on.
take the lights are not an issue.
That's the way things ought to be handled. Thank you. Then let's go back to since the drainage is not part of this, and then I'll just make a motion to approve the variance.
I'll second that.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I thought there was a motion to continue in a
I
second.
changed it. What do you want me to do?
You can pull
I'd
it.
like to pull my motion, amend my motion to approve the variance.
And are you pulling your second?
Yeah, I'll pull my second.
And your motion is to approve the variance?
Yes.
I'll second that. We have a
And
motion.
through the chair, I would request a 5-minute recess just to make sure that we have everything buttoned up, because the documents that were presented were based upon the board denying the appeal and denying the variance. And so if the board is going to potentially approve the variance, I want to make sure we have everything buttoned up, and so I would request a 5-minute recess. So for instance, what we need to figure out is what are the board would necessarily be making the findings, the 4 findings that are necessary for a variance, and we'd have to establish the rationale for that. I have some ideas, but I'd want to talk offline with the department to make sure what we do is solid. Keep in mind, any decision made here can be appealed to a court and a writ taken, so we want to make sure there's a solid basis for any decision that's made.
And I just had one other question. The main road, 55 miles an hour, is that a county road or is that considered a highway?
It's a county road.
So it's not like Lower Sac where it's actually CH, so okay, all right.
Are you suggesting take a break?
Yeah, just a 5-minute recess. I want to meet with the department, make sure we have everything buttoned up.
Okay, we'll take a 5 minute break and we'll reconvene at 12:10. The board will reconvene after the short break. County Council? County Council, we have reconvened. Do you have anything to add?
Just a few things. First, there was a document submitted after the close of the public hearing. There's a request that the board consider this. You would have to reopen the public hearing. I don't know if you want to do that. So that's the first thing. I was just handed this a minute ago. Second of all, what I'd recommend is that the motion be amended to include a deed restriction that the fence be removed upon sale of the property, and that would be recorded against the property, that the four findings that are necessary for a variance be found, and the rationale for those four findings be the appellant's arguments in connection with this appeal. So I don't know if you want to reopen the public hearing and look at these documents or not. I don't know what they are. That's first decision, and then the second decision is whether or not the motion would be amended to include the things I just spoke of.
Okay, thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. Before we get a motion on the table, I just want to remind everybody, and I said it before, when they come from an appeal from the Planning Commission to this board, I mean, it's not like other agenda items where we can have, unlimited discretion and, personal beliefs influence, how we vote. Here it's quasi judicial. We have a law is very clear in what we must accomplish up here as a board. And it's just like you would if you were a judge sitting on a case. You have to have the facts and you have to make specific findings. Again, based on facts before this board here at this time. And with that being said, trying to find, the findings for these 4 points that we have to hit, and all 4 of them have to be present. And looking at all those 4, I can't find for all 4 of them at this time. So with that being said, I'm going to be voting no.
Board members, there's a request from County Council to reopen the public hearing so that we can accept the documents that came in. Are you okay with that? You, sir?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, I will.
Another question.
Okay. I will open the public hearing.
These are the documents. I don't know who submitted them.
Can you announce?
Sure. Can the person who submitted these documents step forward and explain what we're looking at here?
Hello, everyone. I took those pictures of Alpine Road. I took only a few, but there's a lot more to it. And you can see those pictures, and some of those fences, they have only 7 feet from the road. 7 feet where they built a fence. Mine is 13 feet. You can see those pictures. I took only 5 different houses, but there's a lot more. There's probably more than 100. If you drive from Fremont Street all the way to Oak Street, you can see a lot of those houses. The fence has been built a lot closer to even mine.
That's it?
That's it, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I know this house that is.
The public hearing is closed. Vice Chair Ding, you have a comment?
I apologize. I just want to, I'm not sure my earlier statements encapsulated everything that I'm requesting be done. So what I would suggest.
One sec. Do you have a comment or question?
Well, actually, it's for council. And this is kind of why I just think we're opening up a can of worms here by having the resident remove the fence. But then on the flip side, what you just explained is those 4 conditions are not open to interpretation or discussion. And if we move to approve the variance and those conditions haven't been met, then the county is opening itself up to a lawsuit.
If you approve, no matter what decision you make, somebody can challenge that decision vis-a-vis a writ in court. The position of the department is that the 4 elements necessary to grant a variance, 3 of which are also in state law, the position of the department is that those 4 elements cannot be found, and therefore a variance as a matter of law cannot be granted here. And so the position of the department would appear to be that a petition challenging a variance would be something that stands a good chance of success. In other words, we could be sued. We could be sued no matter what. But if a variance is granted and the rationale for that variance is not sound, which is the position the department has taken, then the chances of that suit against the county being successful is much higher. Now, keep in mind, this is a suit asking for a writ. Probably would not be for money damages. It probably would not entail attorney's fees, but it would be something we'd have to defend.
And tell me one more time which, there's 3 out of the 4 that were met. It's just one that we're not meeting the bar on?
Through the chair, the department was not able to make any of the 4 findings. We have 4 findings in our development title. 3 of those are also in state code. So we added an extra in our title, but we were not, and the planning commission was not able to make any of the 4 findings in the affirmative.
And then my last question, who is Wong? What do they do with it? I've got plan map stamped by Wong.
Yeah, so through the chair again, that is the engineer or surveyor that stamped the site plan that was submitted with the variance application.
Originally?
He does not work with us. No, he stamped these plans that applied for the variance. He is not the one that stamped the plans for the building permit. Different stamps.
All right.
And through the chair?
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to clarify, if based upon my recommendation would be, if we're proceeding as planned, that the motion be amended to include a modification to the resolution, which would say, where it says, now therefore be it resolved that this Board of Supervisors, that the appeal and therefore variance number, and I'll skip the number, is hereby denied, that be changed to granted, and that at the end of that sentence, it indicates that the board adopts the appellant's rationale for making the 4 findings, and that the appellant must comply with the conditions of approval in attachment F, and that attachment F be modified to indicate that there will be a deed restriction requiring the removal of the wall once the property is sold. So if the board is continuing with the plan to grant the variance, my recommendation would be to modify the motion and the second to incorporate those changes.
In my understanding, you don't have to get up and walk all the way over here, just nod. That was something you had agreed to anyway? The attorney? Thank you. Okay.
So is that your motion, sir?
That's the motion.
With the modifications?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that. We have a motion and second. Call for vote, please. Motion passes 3-1. Board members, since we are already late for closed session, can we?
Through the chair?
Yes, sir.
I have since confirmed that the outside counsel is not coming, so board's discretion, you don't have to go to closed session right now. It's up to you. We do not have outside counsel coming.
Can we do closed session at the end then?
Absolutely.
So can we handle Be Well and the interview?
Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. The only thing that requires a delay is the interview, which can't take place before 1:30.
Before 1:30. Okay, let's, board members.
Chair Dhaliwal, I would like to go and get Supervisor Canepa now that this item
Yes,
has closed.
please. Yes.
I'm not saying what you did was wrong at all. I just. Right. Yeah.
remember what we're doing. Welcome back. Discussion item number 2, authorize an appropriation increase of $126,337,726 in the SJB well construction project budget number 10291CC. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair Dollywall, members of the board. I'm Josh Bronco, Senior Deputy County Administrator, and I have with me Efren Lopez, our Interim Capital Projects Administrator, and we're here to present this item for your consideration. To start, I'll just reiterate the recommendation. We're requesting the board authorize an appropriations increase of approximately $126 million for the Be Well project. Just to make sure we're all understanding exactly what we're discussing here today, this is not an increase to the project budget. We've been appropriating funds from that project budget as they've become necessary, and it's now necessary that we appropriate this amount to continue the work, and we'll go into a little bit more detail as to how we got here today. So to start, just to remind everyone, this is the project budget that has already been approved by the board. You can see $261.8 million. This includes about $181 million for construction costs, and then there's additional soft costs associated as well.
Bless you.
So thus far, we've appropriated, or the board has appropriated, about $105 million. In July, $80.5 million was appropriated when we established the fund and budget unit for this specific project. At the first quarter report, an additional $25-ish million was appropriated at that time. And so currently, we have about 40% of the current project budget appropriated. So this slide is just a breakdown of the contracts that have been approved thus far. You can see there's about $95 million that's been encumbered by these various contracts. First, the pre-construction contract with HMH, which is our design build partner with this project. And then you can see thus far there have been 3 early works packages that have been approved by staff, and we'll describe what is in each of those packages. The reason we're here today is because we have a 4th early works package that we're currently negotiating with HMH. And so we're going to need additional funds in order to execute that and continue working on the project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Efren. He'll talk a little bit about the early works packages.
Thank you, Josh. So these next few slides depict images following with regards to the early work packages. Early works package number 1. This covered rough grading and site preparation for the Be Well campus project. It also included removal of quite a few golf balls. Early works package number 2 covers early construction infrastructure and superstructure for the Be Well campus, primarily focused on building B. It also includes elements related to building C. Early works package number 3. This covers the early construction of site utilities and building C's structure and MEP systems, mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems. And the reason why we are here, early works package number 4, county is currently reviewing this package with an estimated cost of $63.5 million. This early works package includes the total construction cost for the Behavioral Health Crisis Services Center, Building B, and less the final finishes. The image that you are seeing looks like it's some abstract art, but this is a snapshot of the full MEP coordination model for the Be Well project. This shows every pipe, duct, conduit, and structural element stacked and resolved in 3D before a single trade steps on site. This level of pre-construction coordination minimizes problems typically seen in the construction field. Also at this time, I'd like to send a sincere appreciation and thank you to our Community Development Department. Director Jolly and her staff have been monumental in bringing this project to where it is today, along with Environmental Health and Director Zarif, Public Works. At this time, we have achieved about 85% of our design completion for both Building C and Building B, and we have achieved about a 60% milestone for design completion for Building D.
Okay, so in the next couple of months, just wanted to set kind of a roadmap for the board to understand as well as the public. We're anticipating that we'll be back in front of this board in June to present a recommendation on the guaranteed maximum price for majority of Phase 1, specifically Buildings B, C, D, and the associated infrastructure and site improvements for those buildings. We will return to the board at a future date to provide a recommendation on Building A. We are still working with HMH and the department to really finalize what the scope for that building is going to be. And so the design process has not kept up with the other buildings in the project. So we don't want to delay anything that doesn't need to be delayed. So we're taking that kind of staggered approach. So just to summarize, again, we're here today requesting the board authorize these additional appropriations so that we can go ahead and continue negotiating that early works package number 4 and execute that so that we're able to meet the deadline for Building B. That is the most time sensitive of the buildings that are being constructed, and that's the reason for us being here today. So that concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions the board might have at this time.
Supervisor Canepa.
Just one question. So budget-wise, are we on budget? Because I don't know if this was the tactic that we were taking on originally to do all the infrastructure, and then we added on another part of infrastructure, and now we're adding a fourth part of infrastructure before buildings actually get built.
So as far as the project budget, we do anticipate that when we come back in June, we will be requesting a project budget increase at that point. And we'll be presenting, what specifically that number is. I can say right now, as we're continuing to design and get more up-to-date estimates, and we're actually seeing work being put out to bid, as we go through that process, the estimates are coming down. When you might remember January, Genevieve and I met with the board to give kind of an update on the project. So since that time, the costs have come down by about 10%, and they're continuing in that direction. So to answer your question, we will be requesting additional project budget at that time, and we'll have that full scope laid out for the board.
Okay, so for me, it's just hard to do this knowing that you're coming back with a higher price in the future. So I mean, what's the reassurance for me being elected, deciding
so
this is a necessity going forward, and you're going to come back and say I need another $150 million in 3 months?
So, okay, I understand the question. So the urgency for this item today is the early works package that we're needing to issue is primarily for Building B. So Building B needs to be constructed and in service before July 1 of 2027. And so that's really why we're here today, asking for this approval before we give you the full project budget. It's due to the timing of the grant funding that we've received for that particular
That money's got to be spent by a certain day, and that's why.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else?
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion and second. Call for vote, please.
Great
One
job
moment,
on
Chair.
Zoo, too. No, but somebody was giving them kudos earlier, and I just thought I would pass them along.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0. Board, let's recess to the closed session. County Council, can you please state the items on the closed session?
Yes, we're meeting in closed session to, bear with me, 1 second. Discuss Once again, we're meeting in closed session to discuss existing litigation, Cryer versus San Joaquin County. We are also meeting to give direction to labor negotiations, I'm sorry, our labor negotiator. And then finally, we are going to be discussing a piece of property that the county may wish to take action regarding at 1865 East Harney Lane in Lodi. That's it.
Thank you, sir. We'll reconvene after the closed session. County Council, is there anything to report, sir?
So with regard to the lawsuit that we went into for, which was, I think, Cryer versus San Joaquin County, the motion was made by Supervisor Canepa and seconded by Supervisor Gardia to settle that matter. The terms and conditions of that settlement will become available upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement document. That's all the reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have scheduled afternoon item, public hearing, conduct public interview, and consider appointment for public information specialist. Jennifer, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Dhaliwal, members of the board, CAO Regalo, and Council Kiernan. I'm Jennifer Goodman, the Director of Human Resources. And today we are holding an open session interview for the Public Information Specialist position that is housed in the Board of Supervisors office. So in November, the board formally adopted the Board of Supervisor Public Interview and Selection Policy, which establishes the selection process for board-appointed positions. In February of this year, the board's Public Information Specialist position became vacant. The board directed Human Resources to conduct the open competitive recruitment process, and as a result of that process, Stephanie Cruz has been recommended to the board to be interviewed for this role. Upon conclusion of the interview, the board may consider a motion to direct staff to issue a conditional offer of employment and conduct pre-employment screening for the selected candidate. At this time, I will ask Ms. Cruz if you'll please come to the podium. So we will go ahead and we'll begin with our established questions that we have. And once we've concluded with those questions, the board may ask additional follow-up questions of Ms. Cruz. So our first question, Ms. Cruz. Can you please provide the board with a brief overview of your public relations and communications experience and share what interests you about this opportunity?
Of course. I have a multifaceted background in media that started in the Sacramento media market, where I worked as a news anchor and reporter for about 12 years. Over the last 10 years, I've worked with city and county governments and law enforcement agencies to help with messaging and taking complex issues and crisis communications and taking those issues and making them, simplifying them, easy to understand for people who are going a million directions every single day, whether it's on social media, whether it's newsletters. But I've always found that fascinating. And the way media is changing these days, I don't shy away from all of those tech advances. I think that there is a way to make government relevant. In the years that I've worked with government, people always viewed government as sort of like this giant, building monstrosity, like where you have no connection, right? But I believe through social media, especially, and having a consistent presence on social media, and one that supports the strategic priorities and messages over and over again, goes back to that, you can create an ongoing and a stronger relationship with your community.
Thank you. Okay, our second question. What strategies would you use to align communications across a governing body with differing viewpoints?
Thank you so much. That's a good question. First of all, I like to, when I start working with an agency, when I start working with a city or a county, I want to get to know the people that I'm working for, exactly what makes them passionate about their job. And so I spend a lot of time listening and then coming up with recommendations. And usually it's a one-year communications plan, and it addresses everything once I've discussed it, what your priorities are, everything from social media to how we take photos at events. And then you take the strategic priorities, and I think we'd like to see a little bit more of how the board is addressing that and what makes that relevant to the community, and just really strengthening that. I believe in clarity, transparency, but at the same time, we can't give all the answers all the time to everyone. But that is my approach. So I'm a big believer in social media, and I'm not one to say we should jump on TikTok or we should, go all out with YouTube, but to be very strategic and purposeful about it. And we look at it through demographics. If you're trying to reach an older demographic, look on Facebook. Instagram will be sort of a millennial demographic, but it's not just posting the photos, but it's posting videos, maybe live sessions where we do a Q&A with the chairman, or we do this every couple of months, or maybe ongoing video messaging. And that's the sort of work that I've done for counties like Yolo County, the Woodland Police Department, just so people know who you are. That's my goal, is people know who you are before a crisis hits. We cannot see the chairman the first time a crisis hits for the very first time. We want the community to know you all and know what you stand for, so that when you do pop up on screen, they recognize you. So I would look at it that way, and then through community events. And then also, are there newsletters? Are there ways to reach people that are beyond one-on-one? And most people can't go to a board meeting at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, right? They're at work, or they have kids at home. So I think it's accessibility, clarity, and just doing that over and over again until people get a sense of what those strategic priorities are, what you all stand for. And then really just, if there are differences, bridging those differences and speaking for the board as a whole. I'm not here to, negotiate differences. I think that's part of the process of coming up with consensus, but it's important to have unity as board moving forward. So I would do that, and also create protocols. I believe in creating protocols before a crisis starts, to have holding statements, to have a sense of where would a news conference happen if you all had to get on camera right now. I don't want to find that out the day of a crisis. We want to be able to set that up, those protocols, get you interview trained, and talking points, all those things that we review beforehand, not in the moment.
How do you adapt your communication style when addressing different groups with potentially competing interests or levels of understanding?
And that does happen a lot when you're working with, the council or mayor or supervisors, and then county government. I've seen that happen a lot. I'll give you an example of when I've had to work with that. Is Yolo County had the Esparto fireworks explosion, and I was brought in a few days after to work on messaging and really bring together the board, the sheriff's office, and the county. And everybody had things they wanted to say. So I had to look at it from the point of view of how can we be clear and transparent without jeopardizing an investigation, without saying anything that's not factual. We always want to tell the truth, right? So I look at it like you lead with empathy. If the media wants to hear from you, then we have to put out a statement. And we don't have all the answers. We'd love to have all the answers. We are working toward that. But we first want to express our condolences to the victims of this and recognize that its impact on our community. And from there, I decide how often, obviously with the board, I make a recommendation as to how often in a crisis you are dealing with the news media, in what form. Is it social media? Are you putting out statements? I mean, you could even do video messaging on social media, because a lot of times news media can't get to you. Their organizations are smaller now because everything is social media online. So traditional TV, traditional newspaper now, they will pick up a lot of the content that you put online if you serve it up to them. Events or statements from any of you, and polished 8 to 10 second statements. But I like to do that. And when you talk about communication style, when addressing different groups with interests, I look for the commonality, and what I like to do is go back to strategic priorities. What are the priorities of the board? That's what guides me. And any action the board takes, whether it is a vote, policy decision, that's what guides communications for me. I don't get involved in the politics of stuff, but I do like to make sure there's clarity and understanding between the community and the board.
Okay, question 4. How do you stay ahead of developing issues to ensure timely and effective public communication?
A lot of that is checking in and being aware. I believe in proactive communication, which means when things are slow, when it's not a really busy time with a lot of issues or things happening back to back, and it seems to happen during the holidays, you take that opportunity to go back to the communications plan. And again, I like to do a 1-year plan that looks like quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. And each time there's a way you check in. Say the first month is we're going to start posting videos on social media once a week. once a week with the chairman or any of the board members. The second will be just sort of behind the scenes, what it is you all do. I mean, it's a living and breathing entity that people should understand. And the job of the PIO is to help people understand what it is you do and why. And I do believe, again, in protocols when it comes to timely and effective public communication. I monitor social media a lot for sentiment. So if you make an announcement, it doesn't end there, the 6 o'clock news. I'm trolling social media to look for what's being said. And if I'm seeing a pattern, then maybe we respond to that. If there's misinformation out there, we deal with that head on. But again, going back to focusing on the strategic priorities and unity of the board, that's what guides me.
If you were developing a communication strategy for the board, what key elements would you include to effectively promote and support its initiatives?
I would look at branding and, again, build around the strategic priorities. And I look at it visually. How can we tell the story of homelessness? How do we tell the story about growth? Or how do we tell the story about law enforcement and public safety? And all those things you can hit in visual ways. It's just taking a camera and finding a person to tell that story through. So I believe in storytelling, and I want to do that, I think. And also through social media, consistent posting, whether it's stories, whether it's videos, whether it's live updates, whatever it is, it should be consistent so that when things go sideways, they know to go to you as a news source and not the record. No offense. I'm just saying that you want to build your sources as your own news feed. And then I look at, what does the board need? Do you need help when it comes to talking points, messaging, speeches, how all this is being delivered, and is there a common thread or a commonality between all of that? On-camera interviews. Do we have a space for that? Do we have the capacity to have a news conference here? And so I start looking at all these different things, and it's not just how you approach social media or news conferences, but I also like to be proactive, having been a former news reporter. I like to meet with the people who are covering these issues, right? And have a relationship. It's not always going to be, I don't ask for it to always be positive, but it needs to be fair. And so I need to know who I'm dealing with. So I like to do a thing where I meet with the members of the news media one-on-one, might be coffee or whatever, and just get a sense of who they are, what they need, how they can, reach me, and what their expectations should be. Because I'm sure you get calls from people, probably like 10 o'clock at night, about something that can wait until the morning. And I think it's important to also lay that sort of groundwork and expectations. So I look at it as multifaceted when it comes to communication strategy. But again, that all is in a comprehensive plan.
All right. So that is the end of our set questions at this time. Through the chair, the board could ask questions if they have follow-up for Ms. Cruz.
Well, thank you for coming here to this public interview. Fantastic interview, but why San Joaquin County?
I do enjoy working in government and with different agencies. What I like about San Joaquin County is that each of you in your districts, you come with a different perspective and different issues, and trying to marry that all together and make it one cohesive message. I've always had a passion for that. There is a place for public communication and someone to strengthen that. And that's a huge part of what you all do. And so I see opportunities when I look at social media, or I look at ways that you can promote the events that you're doing or the things that you stand behind. I think there are opportunities to talk about homelessness, growth, public safety, mental health, all of these things that are relevant to people. And I think that meeting people where they are, because some of this is heady stuff, right? You talk about things that are really complex, and meeting them where they are and really distilling policy and messages and making it digestible to people is something that I enjoy. So I see that opportunity here.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa?
My question.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? What do you see as our shortcomings? So what do you think that to put you on the spot, what would you do the first 20 days?
Mm-hmm. I think an assessment. I think social media is an area where there could be immediate growth, right? You come up with a plan, whether it's posting 2 to 3 times a week and maybe following you around and getting you interacting with people. Short 8 to 10 second sound bites, a quarterly message from the chair, just so you can reiterate what your priorities are. And really seeing in a different way. If there's an issue that comes up, maybe we do a live Q&A on Facebook and post that we want people to send us their questions ahead of time, and then we take those on. Or we could go into Instagram stories, if you don't want to do it live, and solicit questions, pick and choose which questions we answer, and then do the video, and each question is answered within stories. So you don't want it to live in the feed forever. I think you got to be really careful about what you choose to post in the feed, because that sort of reflects you as a whole, right? And I prefer not to see a lot of graphics, or if they're graphics, they should be moving graphics. So I see that as an opportunity to, that something can be done with that more immediately.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Oh, yeah.
Vice Chair?
Welcome.
Thank you.
So I want to congratulate you on spending an entire year at EDD. So you get hired at EDD, one of the most exciting agencies on the face of the planet. What do you do?
Well, I learned a lot about acronyms. I learned a lot about process and a lot about red tape, which taught me a tremendous amount of patience. You go from working in a newsroom where everything is, there's a deadline every 2 hours. Got to get the 11 o'clock news on, the 5 o'clock, there's morning. And so you really come to respect process and sort of that chain of command and hierarchy and why that is. And so that taught me a lot of patience, but also taught me to dig a little deeper. When you're working in TV news, we like to say journalists are a mile wide and an inch deep, meaning we know about what's happening here, everywhere, but we don't have a deep sense. And this is what another thing that also interests me about this opportunity is because I have worked with agencies up and down the state. And we get into it, our firm would. But I would like the opportunity to actually work somewhere long-term where I can help shape a narrative, one that's positive and one that's clear and one that's relatable. So EDD was a fine time, but this great job came up from Cole Pro Media, and I was there for 8 years.
When I read it on it said left for better opportunity, I was thinking of like 500 of them rather than work for EDD. Very impressive resume.
Thank you.
I think we have a lot of mutual friends, so thank you.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, and, welcome. Hey, excellent job. I mean, you have a heck of a resume, and, some of the questions I was going to ask, and, you were very thorough, and, so those questions are out the window. But I know you live, you don't live in San Joaquin County.
No, I don't.
So would you be available, in this position, depending on the circumstances? Yes. Hey, we call you, need to be over here.
Of course.
And your hours are not straight 8 to 5 all the time, depending on what's going on here in the county, and, you're prepared and willing to have that kind of schedule.
Yes, in fact, I'm used to doing that. Having worked with law enforcement agencies, there would be a crisis or some sort of critical incident that would happen at 8 o'clock at night, and I'd get a call if it was really bad, like a wildfire in Solano County, then I'd go down there and I'd stay overnight. But I'm always available. I just think that's part of communications. You want to work in that business, you're going to be on call, especially when it comes to crisis. As far as not living in San Joaquin County, I've worked with the city of San Diego, city of Napa, Concord, all up and down the state. And I have always felt that I've had an outsider's perspective, which sometimes is good to have because you're not in it. And you can actually stand back. I'm not the person who's going to say, certainly not advise you on anything when it comes to policy, but when it comes to communications, I'll speak up and talk about risks and rewards for that. But I have always thought that me not living in a community has deepened my understanding because there is nothing personal. There's no personal connection. But, I would jump right in, and I'm not afraid of that. I've done that for the past 10 years.
Yeah, hey, your resume indicates that, and I do like how it seems that you understand how important it is for communication coming from the top down.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons that we created this position is to let people know exactly what the board is doing, and, you know, what we do affects over 800,000 residents, and get that messaging out. And then lastly, you know, and you mentioned the districts, and it's okay. My colleagues already have affirmed it, that it's okay to say like 5th district, best district. We all know it, and it's not a
I think
secret.
it's broken.
So just to let you know. But again, thank you very much, and.
All districts are equally important.
Yeah, that's not gonna get my vote at all.
I did have a question on the process. How many applications did we receive? How'd you make your decision?
So there was actually a panel of.
Your microphone.
Sorry, we received a total of 38 applications. A small group, and I'm going to get the number for you here in 1 second, was interviewed. We had a panel. It included our clerk of the board, an HR manager, and then a public information specialist from Stanislaus County. So they did interview 5 candidates, and it was the panel's recommendation that Ms. Cruz be moved forward.
I want to congratulate you by reaching outside of Stanislaus County.
Anybody else? Stephanie, I think I remember you from TV.
It was a past life, but yeah.
I remember watching you.
Yes.
Excellent answers.
Thank you.
She asked very good questions, and your answers were very impressive, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I think you'd be an excellent addition to the team.
I'd love to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, any more comments, questions? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
What's the motion, sir?
To approve?
To hire?
Proceed.
Okay.
Yeah, what,
So,
Michelle?
Chair Dhaliwal, if I may, if I could just ask the board, as part of your motion to consider the selection of Ms. Cruz, if you could also direct staff me to negotiate salary, issue a conditional offer of appointment, and conduct a pre-employment screening, so I'm able to return to the board with a formal
I think
appointment.
that's what you were going to say.
yeah, exactly. So moved as,
That's
so moved as
exactly what
described.
Supervisor Rickman said.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I mean, my mic might have been off.
And Stephanie, District 5 is the best.
See, I mean, it's okay. It's okay to say it.
Second.
Shall we have a motion and second call for vote, please? Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Board members, do we have any comments, committee reports?
Chairman, I have quick one,
Yes,
with
sir.
permission. And I know Rochelle and I talked about it here offline, about bringing the policy back in regard to presentation proclamations at the beginning. And, you know, I'm the one that brought it here last year. And so there is some confusion as to what the intent of that policy was. So if we could bring that back as soon as possible for discussion. That's it.
So through the chair, if I could just real quick, I'll be happy to bring that back for discussion. Do you want to provide any direction as far as what specifically you want to see
Yeah.
modified or changed in that policy? If I understand correctly, it's to look at limiting the number of total recognitions to 5 per meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. And, you know, as I recall when I brought this before last time, and I thought I was pretty clear, that, you know, there would be no more than 5 presentations. Each board member can have a presentation or a proclamation per board meeting, so it would be a total of 5. And one of the things that you mentioned was that, hey, we have year-round, or I guess, you know, previous years or multiple year proclamation that we have a tradition, and, you know, to put those on. And so if there's anything that's going to be over 5, then it should be on the consent calendar. One of the things that, you know, I've seen or presume to see, and this wasn't not just from my point of view, is, hey, a board member bring something up last year for a proclamation, and all of a sudden it becomes an annual event that's gonna be, coming every single year. It kind of defeats the purpose. I mean, we've had 11, the reason we have this policy in place.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Is it going
but
beyond
yeah, we
agenda item?
probably ought to save it for
All right.
discussion, so.
Okay, well, we can talk offline about it, or I can, bring in what I brought in last time. So thank you, Chair, or thank you, Counselor, for that.
Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PG&E, Supervisor Rickman's favorite subject. I do believe when somebody does something correct, you need to recognize them for doing that. We spend a lot of time coming down on PG&E and a few of these other agencies. I had a situation with a business district here in my district last weekend where there was a power shut-off due at 9 o'clock on a Friday night in the middle of a business district. Would have cost them a lot of money. Our public relations rep for PG&E and the director, they went above and beyond it because there were other property owners that had to be notified that their project wasn't going to get delayed. But they stepped up and got it done. So I just want to give a hats off to them for that.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? No? Okay, the meeting is adjourned to April 28, 2026 at 9 a.m.
We have pictures now.
Yeah, we adjourned to the picture.
Stephanie's gonna